Hello, everybody. I'm so excited. I'm sitting here like freaking out. Let me say hi to everybody really quick. Christian, thank you for being first. Vo, hello. Thank you for being here. Darkman, thank you for being second. Nando, hello. Good to see you here. Hi, everybody. I was just telling the guys I've got the like pre-stage jitters. So I don't think I have anything else to say besides welcome to the stream. Oh, that's right. We talked about this. A little different today. I turned off some of my alerts, but some of the alerts are still on. I think they'd be fun for like, in game what's the word I'm looking for? Enhancers. Like I think I was telling you like Careless Whisper is still on, so yeah, Leander's outfit is awesome. I agree. Welcome in. It's nice to meet you. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Lynn. I go by any all pronouns, and this is my channel. This is a little different from what I normally do. I normally play video games. I normally play Core Keeper, Cozy Games, and whatever else. But I am a big board game and D&D enthusiast, so this is a really fun thing that I get to do on my channel. And I'm going to pass it over to... Oh, do you want me to show the copy of my game?
Oh, sure, yeah.
My game, my awesome game, Innkeeper, which is so wild because you know what? You can totally grab yourself a copy of this with a discount of 20%. Whoa, everybody has one? That's crazy. What do you know?
Mine's not sitting right next to me.
I'm gonna go get his.
Don't worry, I have a lot of them.
For those of you who don't know the game Innkeeper, it's a lot of fun. It is, you play as innkeepers running your inn, and you're trying to make your inn better you're proprietor. You're playing as the proprietor of an inn, and you're trying to get customers to come to your inn, and by the end of the game, the proprietor with the most money, with the most income, wins. And, it's so fun. It's actually... because there's a bidding aspect. Oh, Gus loves it. There's a bidding aspect. It's the only bidding game that I've played at 2 players that actually works at 2 players. Because a lot of bidding games, like I've played Raccoon Tycoon. Is that the name of the game? I think it's called Raccoon Tycoon, and you can bid on railroads. But if you're playing with 2 players, it's like somebody starts the bid, and if the other player wants it, they'll bid on it. But if the other player doesn't want it, it's like, okay, it's yours, But this game really takes that to a new level. I love it. Okay. Anywho, passing it to Leander, our lovely DM.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to have you here today. I'm so excited to be doing this Dungeons & Dragons live stream that's based in the board game Innkeeper. So you're going to see a lot of the elements that you might see in the game are going to be in the D&D world as well. So we're super excited about that. And then I'm going to start off by actually introducing our 3 wonderful players today who will be taking on the role of trying to save the world, the dimension, the planes, all of it. They're saving all of it. Good luck. So let's start with Kyle. We'll go to Lynn, and then we'll go to Matt.
Okay, hello. I'm Kyle from Diecaster Games. Today I will be playing Valthrin, a absent-minded sorcerer who is now a living skeleton. He accidentally turned himself into a living skeleton because he's not very good at his job.
Not like the real Kyle.
Yeah, it depends on what job.
Nice. All right, Lynn.
Your friend, how do you pronounce it? Zexiax just rated in with some people. Thank you so much. They said I'm a friend of Leander. Brought some folks to watch. Thank you so much. And thank you for rating so early in the stream because I realized I do not have any alert boxes or sounds set up on any of these. That's the one thing I don't have. All the video, everything is great. I don't have any alerts set up, and now I'm like panicking, but it's fine. I am Lynn. I am playing Arrow Crowborn, who is a half-orc paladin, himbo, who just you know him. You already know who he is. I don't need to explain him to you. At least you should. That's what he thinks. You should know him. Do you know who he is? You should.
How do you not know Arrow?
How do you not know Arrow? You have heard of
Everyone
me.
knows Arrow.
You have heard of me. Yeah. Oh, gosh. What I think that's all I have for now because I'm so like trying to figure out my.
And
No,
you're
I'm trying to
paladin,
figure
right?
out my trying to figure out what I'm missing from the thingy. What is my where do I get my alerts from? Mix it up. Copy. Okay, sorry. I'm doing some
It's all right.
behind the scenes. Okay,
We're doing
pass it
things on the
on.
fly,
Pass it on.
and we're doing
Who's
amazing. That's
next?
right, Matt.
Who's
You
next?
are up, also known as Nerd D.
Hello, what is up, everybody? My name is Matt, also known as Nerd D on the worldwide stage. Today, I'm very excited because I will be bringing to you the most complex, emotionally rich, and violently interconnected with philosophy, community, and I don't know, just the nature of life. My character's name is Dodger, the host of the interplanetary, interplanar, and multiversal casual dining hit Dodger's Dungeons, Drive-Ins, Dimensions, and Dives. I am a rainbow macaw Aarakocra, and I'm very excited to be bringing you all to the flavor plane.
The flavor
Land
plane.
of absolute flavor.
Ultimate
To the
flavor.
plane. The ultimate flavor. And so yeah, Dodger travels the known multiverse, discovering various places to eat and or drink, which has brought us to where we are today. As I've been told, there are some really interesting inns with various foods and beverages that one could express and enjoy. So, who knows what we'll find today?
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So this is super exciting. So there's actually they've been sent on this idea to go to Bittersburg, which is the town that's Innkeeper is based in, and they were told to meet with the king at some point. Well, of course, also they want to try out the local foods. So at some point, though, they have been asked to go see the king. Now, this mysterious message was sent to Dodger and was told to go to Bittersburg specifically, talk to the king, and from there he will be involved in a mission of utmost importance by his mysterious benefactor, who has asked him to go to Bittersburg. So, cue in the mysterious benefactor, who is me. Hi, everyone. Welcome to. Well, let me start over. Hello, planar audiences, and welcome to Jomo's Transplanar Information and Viewing Oracle, or TiVo for short. Your one stop channel for information, news, and entertainment. I will be providing to you today a wonderful show, one of your favorites, Dodgers, Dungeons, Drive-Ins, Dimensions, and Dives, where we send a group of 3 into death-defying adventures under the guise of a cooking eating show. But somehow they always end up in a death-defying adventure where they end up having to turn the tables on some evil villain or bad guy, and sometimes, they don't always live. But in this case, these 3 have gone together for so long, and they've been living for so long that we're excited to see them come back again. So, on this live, or unalive if we're lucky viewers, live stream, we'll send our favorite trio, Dodger, Aaron, Arrow, and Volthrin, on an adventure unlike ever before. There will be romance, witches, converging ley lines, great food, mystery, murder, and these trio of unlikely heroes will have 4 days to return balance, or the very popular town of Bittersburg will be destroyed forever. And, I'm sorry, hold on one second. We're getting a message from, it appears, the realm of law and order. Oh, courtesy of everyone's favorite, not favorite, interdimensional Teddy, who's now brought me a message
Teddy.
from the realm of law and order. One second, let me see what this says. Read me.
What's Teddy doing here?
And I'm trying to get Benny.
Teddy
Teddy's
just teleports and brings messages. Well, let me just see what this says. One second. Read me out loud. By order of the plane of law and order, blah, 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 blah. This stream shall be canceled, blah, blah, blah. Your actions will collapse all interdimensional travel to the neutral zone, blah, blah. You know what? This doesn't matter at all. We're not going to care about that. Let's get to our wonderful show where we, again, are going to be excited to be with Dodger, Arrow, and Volthrin. So, And sorry, Teddy, you're really cute, but always serving up bad news. Why? Why always serving up bad news? You're cute, but bad
Ooh,
news.
Teddy.
I don't like it. I don't
Boo.
like it. So get your tub of never-ending popcorn and dragon butter. Dragon butter. Just don't ask questions. Sponsored by TiVo. And fluff up that edge of seat because you're going to be there for a long time. So let's tune into our adventurers as they head towards the town of Bittersburg. Picture it, a cool autumn day with a slight breeze, the tree leaves beginning to change color, and upon the horizon one can smell the faint smell of ocean and hot meals, and hear the buzzing of bustling merchants, adventurers, and awestruck customers. So let us now go and turn to Petersburg as we now announce our first episode of The Witching Hour.
All right. Let's do it.
Woo!
Woo.
All right, so the three of you are heading towards the town of Bittersburg. And again, you can kind of smell the ocean, you can smell the food, you can hear the buzzing of merchants far away as the three of you are walking with your crew of camera people, also kind of like checking you out and making sure that you all have the best angles possible so that you look as good as possible for the show. So everyone's kind of checking out their various angles. So as you are going into town, kind of set the scene for me. What are you all doing as you kind of get prepared to go into Bittersburg?
Well, I clearly
Well-
can't smell anything because I'm a skeleton, but I'm pretending like I can because I want to be involved. I'm like, oh yeah, it smells so good.
It's like you heard someone say it smelled good and you're like,
Yeah.
absolutely it does. Yeah, I'm just scoping it out. I'm trying to see what bar has the best maybe the most comfortable stools to set up at and have throw a couple back, maybe schmooze a little, you know me.
Nice. Yeah, who doesn't know you?
Mhm.
Yes.
Who
so-
doesn't know you? I think Dodger is filming. Well, first of all, they're filming B-roll of Bittersburg. I think the Dodger's probably filming an intro for the episode, like a "We're coming to Bittersburg" sort of thing. So he's doing multiple things. He's trying to look cool, excited for the food, filming some B-roll.
Nice. I love it. As you all are beginning to walk into town, you get, Dodger, you're reminding yourself like, oh, wait. Yes, don't get too ahead of myself. There's also this king I have to go talk to at some point in time. And they're asking you again to go talk to King Skylar at the castle when you get into town at some point in time. So you know that, it's not your top priority, but it's something that you're at least considering in the back of your head.
Yeah, Dodger's gonna be like, oh, man, I figure out. Oh, Crikey, I've decided he's this way now. What exactly are we supposed to do today for the shoot? He talks to whatever manager he has on hand, the shoot manager that day. We're supposed to go see a king or something.
Yes, and then the manager person looks at you and sighs heavily like, Dodger, we've talked about this already in pre-production. You are supposed to go see King Skylar in the city. That is your top priority when you get there.
All right, but when you say top priority, do you mean we could stop and do other things before that?
Arrow is in
That's
the
what I heard.
background slowly trying to creep into every single B-roll shot, like just candidly like just trying to be in every shot he can.
Oh, what is this? Oh, I'm just reading.
Oh yeah, me here? Yes. And the camera moves, he like hustles over to where the camera is again. Just yeah.
Grabs a flower off the ground, just like act like he's doing something. Like, "Ah, my knee."
Always in every shot.
I love that. And so the manager then goes over to Valthrin and says, Valthrin, I need you to keep these two in order. I need you to get them to the king. They need to talk to the king, and we need to make sure this happens. It's by order of the higher ups. This has to happen.
Me? Impossible. These two?
You're the only
mean,
one
I'll
that can
try.
talk to them. You're the only one who's ever been able to
okay.
talk to them down a little bit.
Okay, I don't want the show to get canceled, so we better hurry up and get to the king, I guess.
So as you all are beginning to head towards the gates of Bittersburg, to the town of Bittersburg, you see 5 kind of young adults run up and just like surround you all quickly. Say, hey, 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 over here, over here, over here, over here. Listen, listen, listen. Are you looking for a place to stay tonight? I have the best inn in town that you should stay at. I've been paid to say that you should stay at the Crown Jewel. The Crown Jewel is absolutely amazing. It has a ton of great things, and it has beds, and you want to stay there. And then another kid just cuts him off like, no, 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 no. You should be staying at the Fortune's Favor. Fortune's Favor is where you want to stay if you want gambling and fun and entertainment. And then another girl comes over and pushes the 2 boys out the way and says, no, 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 no. I know where you should stay. You should stay at the Shanty. The Shanty has, it has stuff, and you can sleep there, I think, based on the description that I have in my hand. Yeah, so those are some of the places, and I guess there's other places, you know, I mean, if you want to go to like, you know, a bed and breakfast, I guess you can go do that, but I don't think you should do that. I think you should really go over to the Shanty. That's what I was paid to tell you all to do. So yeah, there's a lot of places for you to stay, but definitely go to the Shanty. So then these kids are just kind of like yelling out different inns names to all of you. But you're definitely overwhelmed a little bit, or maybe, yeah. How do you respond to these kids coming up to you?
Do they have like flyers of the inn? Is that
They
what they're?
do.
Arrow starts grabbing them and signing autographs and handing them back to the kids. He's used to this. I get this all the time. I get this all the time. Here you go, kids. That'll be worth something. Here you go. Signing all of them, handing them back, patting them on the head.
Thank you, thank you. But yeah, hopefully you'll stay at one of these wonderful inns while you're in town today.
Random children,
Yes.
or small beings of indeterminate social origin. Could you tell me where the best food is at all of these places? Because we are here to eat some fries and save some lives, but mostly just the fries.
Oh, you want the best food, but I mean, I wasn't. Let me see the. I wasn't paid to talk about the Golden Stein, but I would say if you want the best
Golden
food,
Stein, you say?
yeah,
Crikey, that sounds amazing.
it's the best. They have the triple roasted boar, and it's so yummy. And but I wasn't paid to
Triple
talk about
roasted?
them.
Well, that's okay, because now you're being paid in experience. Because that's what we want to do. We're going to experience this food together. I'm going to take it all the way to the flavor plane. Blam!
Wait, are you gonna pay for us too?
No, I don't pay for me. I don't have to pay for food. That's the part of the thing. You just go there and they get on the show, and that's usually how you pay for the food.
Oh, well, maybe if you have any leftovers, we can have some.
We
You have to
always
talk to
need
catering
more
about that.
unpaid interns.
Ooh. Can I do an insight check to see if these people would be willing to be unpaid interns?
You sure can. All right, we'll have our first roll of insight.
We'll see if they're amenable to this.
They're even amenable.
Does it look like? Does it look? I have a 9. Does it look as if I can tell whether they'd be amenable to being?
You
unpaid
think
interns?
that they'll do whatever you say for free, basically. So you
That's
think,
awesome.
sure, why not?
Yeah, 100% gonna be like, well, this is just great. So you guys show us to the Golden Stein. Here, take my hat. He was wearing a hat, and he hands it to someone else. And then if you could give me a latte, preferably with milk from a mammal, that'd be great. I like mammal milk.
Oh, okay, yeah. We'll get you a ladder. Is that what you said?
Sure, if that's what it's called here. Whatever
Oh.
gets me nice and caffeinated, and remember the mammal's milk. Any mammal's fine.
Oh, like you mean like coffee? You mean?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
And then one of the kids like, I'll go get some. And so the other 3 kids then begin to direct you into town and heading over to the Golden Stein. I'll have Volthrin and Arrow, if you can do a perception check for me,
You
because
got
there's no
it.
way that Dodger sees this.
Okay. Ooh, I got a 19.
Ooh.
I got a 1. That's the first roll of the game. All right.
Our
Really
first
like where
one.
this is going.
Real quick at my chat, I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? Yeah, Jenna saying.
Nice.
Gus said I prefer my milk unmammaled, and then Josh said even male mammals.
I said mammal. You heard what I said.
I was gonna
First
say
of all,
if you guys don't have the chat pulled up, I recommend it because there's some crazy.
I gotta get over
love
here
it.
on this chat. I
I
don't know what's
love it.
happening.
Well, I mean, again, dragon's butter. Don't ask questions.
Okay, because when you
So,
said mammal, yeah, when you said mammal milk, I was like, well, dragon's butter probably comes from dragon's milk, right?
Yeah,
mm,
it's not mammal.
Don't
I
ask
said I would like mammals.
Funny.
Milk. Thank you very much.
I
I'll
love
take
it.
some dragon milk in a pinch. I'll take some. I'll take
In
some-
a pinch.
So Valthrin, you are just so like trying to act like you can like smell and you're excited about appetite even though you don't really need to eat. And so you're just focused you're just focused on Dodger like, yeah,
I know what that is.
you need that too, I think. But Arrow, even though, you know, obviously it's all about you and you're focused on what you want to do, as they're being guided to the Golden Stein, you do look back and you can see that the manager is visibly upset and like crying, like, why don't they ever listen to what I say? And she's just like clearly like just upset by the fact that y'all are not doing what she said that we were supposed to be doing, which is to go to the castle.
Oh, so
Do you do anything with that information?
oh yeah, I see her and I tell the guys, one second. I walk up to her, I put a hand on her shoulder, and I say, "It's okay, sweetheart. We'll get to the castle eventually." And then I just walk away from her. I don't wait for a response. I sweetheart her and walk away.
I love it. I love it. Classic himbo. Classic himbo. All right, so we are going to change scenes. So as you are walking through town, you're again seeing all the sights. You're seeing a bunch of merchants. You're seeing a bunch of people coming through town. You're seeing the ships pull into port, and you're really just like, this is such a fun, vibrant, colorful town that you just like, wow, this is really cool. I've always like wanted to, you know, some of you are like, you know, I think I've heard of Bitterberg before. I knew it was super cool, but this is even cooler than you thought it was now that you're actually in the town itself. So you all end up going to a sign that has a beer, kind of beer mug on it, and a what looks like roasted boar on the sign, and it clearly says the Golden Stein. And as you enter into the Golden Stein, you see this wonderful dwarf-looking guy who is excited to see you all come in and say, "Welcome into the Golden Stein. My name is Punch Strongbow. How can I help you?"
This is Gus's favorite, by the way.
Punch Strongbow.
That's my name.
All right, everybody, let's get these cameras set up and tell us. And 3, 2. Hello, everybody. It's your man Dodger here with Dodger's Dungeons, Dive-Ins, Dimensions, and Dives. And today we're at the Golden Stein with Punch Strongbow. How you
It's
doing
me.
there, Punch?
Hi, I'm doing good. Just serving up food.
Now, what kind of food do you guys make here?
Oh well, we make a lot of things. Our most popular dish, of course, is the triple roasted boar. We also have potatoes and veggies and other silly stuff. But this is the thing that you want if you're here to eat.
Triple roasted boar. All right. Now, every different dimension has different words for things. Now, when you say boar, what does that mean here?
It's like a hairy pig thing that you can go out and kill, and then you have to like shave it off and put it in the oven, and then you roast it for a long time. Do you not know what a? What do you mean you don't know what a boar is?
Sounds like my mother-in-law.
So we have triple roasted mother-in-law here at the Golden.
I love how it just comes in and does a joke. It doesn't quite land, and then you just kind of walk off.
Punch. Quick question: is the boar free range?
Yeah, it was ranging, yes.
It was ranging. Okay.
And is it required for the boar to be a relative of one's spouse in order for the flavor, or is it just a general colloquialism?
mean, I have not met this beautiful person's mother-in-law, but this is not her. This is a boar. Unless your mother-in-law
Oh,
is
she's a
boar.
boar,
I'm
all right.
sorry.
Let me tell you.
All right, so
BORE.
we're gonna have some roasted
BOAR.
mother-in-law. Every dimension's a little different. Sometimes cannibalism is something that people are very, very excited about. So we're excited to eat this member of the community, prepared lovingly by Punch Strongbow.
That's
Tell us about the
that's me.
seasonings.
Not me. Yeah. So I'm busy up here cooking. How about you all go downstairs and we'll set you up a plate and a table and we'll get you all set up. Does that sound good?
All right, we'll do that, and we'll take a look in the kitchen. And Dodger's gonna walk with the camera crew towards the kitchen area.
He's like looking like what? No, downstairs. And so you go into the kitchen, obviously dismissing what you're hearing behind you, and you see three people back there cooking up a variety of things. There's like four different kind of firewood ovens where the triple roasted boar is made, and then you see some
Oh.
pots kind of rumbling with pots of like potatoes and carrots and stuff like that being boiled.
Who else is with me? Because I figured we'd all walk into the kitchen.
I'm coming with you. I know a lot about food and eating, so I figured I should
Yeah.
come back.
I don't want to be left out, so
I mean, the
FOMO.
cameras went in there, so you
the
went
cameras
Yep.
are in there. So I'm like getting behind. The camera's filming the like counters and stuff, and I'm getting behind the like kitchen islands.
I
Just
would like to perceive our manager and make sure that she hasn't like collapsed in a corner crying.
Yeah, you look around to see if the manager, and she has indeed collapsed in the corner and she's crying. But the show must go on, and so Punch
Oh, wonderful.
Punch puts his food down and goes into the kitchen and says, "I guess sure. If you did you want a tour?"
Oh, yes, please. So it looks like you are cooking with fire. That's pretty interesting. How did you catch it?
The fire.
Yes. Was this something that you had to gather in a group, or in this dimension does fire roam free, sort of like a fish?
This mention. So yeah, so we come in the morning and we get some cinders, we rub some sticks together, and make a little bit of fire, and we put a little oil on
there's
it
a
and
stick
make
for
it
that.
bigger, and then we put it in the oven.
Ooh, very sensual. So you rub fire out onto all of your food, and the friction and the sensuality is baked right into the mother-in-law. All right, well that sounds interesting.
Yeah, sure. So yes, and this is where we make, again, these ovens is where we make the triple roasted boar. By triple roasting it, we put it in one time, we take it out, we put it in oil, and we fry it up a little bit, we put it back into the oven, we take it out, fry it one more time, put it in the oven to lock in all the juices, and then you have your triple roasted boar.
That's beautiful.
Sounds
Two
lovely.
more times.
Yeah, and then we add some butter on top just because, it never hurts to add butter.
dragon
Ooh,
dragon
and
butter.
what kind of butter we add on there?
Oh, just the regular kind of butter that you would get normally. You got to go out there and you churn it until you make it into butter, and then you add it on top, and then you have extra flavor. Who doesn't love flavor?
For those of you watching at home, we always have to remind our viewers that normal is a phrase that people often use when they have not traveled outside of their home dimension and don't really quite know the length and breadth of all that there could possibly be. So when you say normal, when you go and catch this butter and churn it, is this also a sexual act, or is this a different side of things?
Listen, all we do, there's nothing sexual about this. We just go and we pump and we keep doing it until we make butter, and then we
Oh, wow.
getting it
You're
until
really
you have butter.
really pumping it, huh? Okay, so it is sensual.
Yes. Yeah, yes. We understandable. And we here at Dungeons, Dive-Ins, drug, all the things, the D's, the D4.
Dimensions
But
and
before.
D4.
Here at the T4, we are 100% food sensuality positive. Many of my relationships have been with delicious plates of food, and I have found myself fully fulfilled. So do not feel any shame for your pumping your butter all over your hairy pig.
Your
Um,
your fat hog.
you just... Anyway.
I can hear
Oh
Gus
my
in the other room. I'm
gosh.
dying. My bones hurt. My
Okay.
face hurts.
I cannot.
We just started, y'all.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Are you done? Are you done with the kitchen now? Can we please? move
No,
along
no,
to
he
get
has not
you-
finished.
Yeah, no, just wait till the butter's fully churned.
The
Let's figure it
interdimensional
out.
SD cards, they can take a lot of footage. Okay, we could be in this
Yep.
kitchen for a while.
Oh yeah, they're
Uh,
catching. There's like random people doing B-roll all over the kitchen. Now.
The
at
B rolls for the website.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing.
That website.
And this punch is like getting clearly agitated and is like starting to like get in front of you all and start to push you out of the kitchen. Like, you need to leave right now. I am willing to serve you food downstairs in where we serve everyone else. Just I need you to leave here, please, so we can get back to work.
Aye, Captain. He sounds serious.
Did we get all the footage that we needed? Are we looking good on that little interaction?
Who are you asking?
I
The,
think
the manager who's crying in the corner?
I'm asking our manager who's crying in the corner.
He
I
was
walk
not in the
over
room.
there.
She's back out. So as you walk out the kitchen, the first thing you see is the manager, and she's over on the table, kind of crying to herself. That clearly this is going off the rails already, and we just got here. And she looks up and says, "You looked beautiful, all of you, wonderful. Can we go now?" And at that, Punch is like, "And so now we'll take you down to the basement and we'll get you some great food. Thank you for waiting for so long." And one of the servants comes and just grabs you all and takes you downstairs into the basement to be served food. Again, the manager visibly upset that once again, this is not going to happen the way that she expected. And so you all go downstairs to the Golden Signs basement.
Ooh.
And in the basement, you're seeing it's pretty lively down there. You are seated at this table over here on the left, where as you look around, you're seeing, over here, you see an Aarakocra and a halfling with looking like they're doing some arm wrestling, potentially. And then you see these two halflings over here who are clearly kind of like waitresses who are just taking a break because they had a busy day and they just look exhausted, right? And just kind of chatting to each other. Up here on the left, you see three individuals at a table. The gentleman is looking pretty upset, and the woman and the other halfling gentleman here, they are looking kind of distressed as well as they're talking to this gentleman here. And then lastly, in this middle table are three dwarves who are loud and there's a lot of ruckus, and all three of them have their feet up on the table and their food is there, but it's like half eaten. You see a bunch of alcohol everywhere, lots of beer. And you see these two in particular who appear to be kind of like catcalling at the waitresses over here. So that's what you see as you're seated down. Seated. Seated. Thank you.
Yeah, both.
Seated.
Either.
What do
We
you
were
all-
both. We were both.
Yes. What do you
That
do
obvious.
as you are looking around and seeing this scene? Is there anything that you want to engage with or interact with?
There is.
Okay.
I walk over to the table with the cat collars, with all the beard steins everywhere, and I walk up and I go, gentlemen, please, this is wildly inappropriate. That's not how you do that. And I turn around and I also cat call the waitress, but in a much more, darling, sweetheart, please. You're much too beautiful to be working in a place like this. Instead of the whatever bullshit they were
At that,
doing.
the two dwarves kind of like look at each
Whatever
other,
bullshit.
bewildered, and they're like, Brother, look at this pretty boy trying to tell us how to do this. We know what we're doing, and he kind of like burps in your face as he's talking to you. And then the two ladies over here are like putting up their trays in front of their faces, trying to like avoid any eye contact with any of the three of you, and just trying their best to like not be engaged.
I turn to the ladies and I go, "Are these guys bothering you?"
And then this one over here says, well, we've been trying to serve them, and they've been so loud, and they request so many things, but they keep trying to grab at me, and I don't want to deal with them anymore."
Now I have two choices here. Thinking about saying that sucks and walking away. because I'm trying so hard not to start a bar fight. Because in my mind, I'm like, are these guys bothering you? Yeah. Just turn around and swing. Just one good punch. But
I want to lean over to Dodger and just be like, we got to get the cameras ready. Get the cameras.
Yes, I hear you, and I will get the various people all around the area. So, for those of you who might not know, Dodger's magic is not actually magic. It looks magical for people who have never been to the dimensions and places that he has been. His magic is just a very dedicated cast and crew of the D4, and so anytime I do a spell, it's probably going to be something like them going around and doing stuff. So all around the room, various races and species of people are setting up cameras and things, seemingly unbothered or stopped by anyone else in the room.
I love that.
So the cameras are up. They're up.
They're already up, set up.
Cameras are rolling.
It's going. So Arrow, we're gonna come back to you in a second. With now that you're in between these two lovely ladies and these two dwarves, and you're right, literally in the middle of that. Dodger, Valthrin, is there anything that you want to interact with now that once you come in and see the scene?
I think for me, since I got the heads up of as there might be a issue brewing, I'm gonna watch Arrow carefully, and if violence breaks out, I will want to cast a spell. So I'm gonna hold my action to cast a spell once violence breaks out.
Nice. And Valthrin?
Yes, I'm actually going to take a similar action, but I'm going to start kind of meandering over towards this happening. I'm thinking of potentially casting some minor illusions or some other stuff if I need to diffuse the situation or if things get even more out of hand.
Nice. All right. So Arrow, we're back to you. Screen has shifted. We're back to you now. Cutscene. So you are now in between two lovely ladies and two very grumpy dwarves who are clearly drunk and looking at you either for help from the ladies or for you to get the hell out of the way as the dwarves.
If they want to get to these lovely pieces of arm candy, they're gonna have to get through me first. I'm just gonna post up. I'm not gonna instigate, but I'm just gonna post up, I think.
Nice. At that, the lady dwarf who's back here stands, puts her feet down, kind of walks over here, and says, "Listen, pretty boy, my brothers don't need your help. You can get the hell out of here."
So you think I'm pretty?
I didn't say. I'm just saying.
It's all right. It's all right. Everybody does. I know. I have that effect on people.
No, I was saying that you just need to get out of the way and let my brothers do what they do best.
Which is
getting the ladies.
Right. Because that's working so well currently.
And then at that, the two brothers get a little closer to your face and like, are you talking about our sister? Just drunk.
Sister? I thought that was your brother.
And roll initiative.
Oh, snap. I was going to say, Dodger looks at the camera and says, "Crikey, this dimension has a lot of family issues going on." cooking mother-in-laws and
Let me clear this out. Hold on one second. Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. Okay, let me just delete all these really quickly. In meantime, go and let me get this other one out. Oh, it's giving multiple of you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to. How do I clear?
So yeah, on the turn order, I'm only seeing us. Are you having? You have.
Yeah, because I cleared out
haven't
the other
done
ones.
it.
Okay.
Here, I'm going to clear it all out again.
Okay.
If you could just roll initiative one more time.
You got
It
it.
still had the old
Oh.
stuff in there.
I did it.
Let's make sure this works.
Question for
Yeah.
you,
Yes.
DM. Is this violence that I am sensing by us rolling initiative?
Yes.
If so, my held action, I would like to cast my spell.
Absolutely. Yep. I'm going to add everyone to the turn order and then we'll get to your held action. So let me just roll for
Sweet.
each of these lovely folks here. Okay. Well, there's that. So here and then one more. Ooh. Which is you. Okay, so let me sort turn order for folks so you can see. All right, and then yes, Dodger, you will be going first as you see ill intention to your companion Arrow.
Got it. Well, with my held action, I would like to, on Arrow, you're gonna see Dodger be like, "Oh, he looks too small for this scene. Can we fix that, please, in post?" And then there's going to be somewhere in a dimension that nobody can quite perceive, other than the members of the editing team of the show. There's going to be a little mouse. It'll click on Arrow, and it's actually going to enlarge them.
Enhance.
So enlarge, reduce. I have cast on Arrow, making them bigger, and so that they are better in the shot. So you are now considered one thing larger than you were before.
What?
And let me see. Make sure I know the spell exactly right. I think you get a plus D8 to a damage, if I remember correctly.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
So I'm technically,
yeah.
I start at medium size, so I'm technically large now.
Large.
Okay, and I get, you said a plus
A D8 to your attack.
D8 to my attack.
Yeah. Large, reduce. Let me double check. I think that is. Yes, that is.
All right.
Bup.
Big man.
Nice.
Yep. You are large. Mm-hmm. You have
So
advantage
Arrow-
on strength checks and saving throws. And it's actually 1d4, not d8. My apologies.
Okay.
So Arrow, for you, you don't feel any difference. You're like, yeah, I'm always this big. This sounds right. In real life, this is how I always am. I'm bigger than life. So you don't notice anything. The two dwarves look at you, and they don't notice anything either. Like they're just too drunk. Like, what just happened? Did he get bigger? I don't know. And then the sister and the two girls, however, are like visibly like, whoa, and like start to step back from you. All right, and then with that, we have Volthrin up first. You now see violence ensuing.
Okay. All right.
About
So I
to.
want to cast the spell, but since I'm a very excellent sorcerer, I'm going to roll a dice to see what spell I actually cast.
Nice.
Yeah.
Chaos magic.
Chaos.
I check my table that I made. Oh.
My friend Sage, my friend Sage just did perception check on the ladies to see if they're checking out Arrow's pants.
Nice. Nice.
All right.
Uh,
So
on
what?
your turn.
So what I wanted to do was cast sleep
I'll
on
do it.
those drunks that are attacking my friend.
Uh-huh.
But it's hard sometimes when you have like a spell book and there's like a lot of stuff in here and it's, there's many spells. So I'm going through it and I accidentally cast fireball right over an Arrow in a 20 foot
Oh
radius.
no!
Oh no.
Oh, oops.
So everybody, I guess here has to make within 20 feet has to make a Dex 14
Okay.
saving throw.
So it's pretty much just the three of us. I get, but because I'm big, you said I get advantage on my saving throws now, too.
strength saving throws.
Strength. Oh, this is a
Dex. This is
Dex.
Dex.
Oh,
Dex
wow,
14.
wow, 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 wow. Dex 14. Okay.
But
All right.
as a reaction, oh, actually, no. Roll first, and then we'll figure it out.
Okay. Here I go. 18. The dice love me.
So that means you take half damage.
Cool.
And they got an 18 and a 15. What are they trying to get below?
They needed a 14, so they would both take half damage too. I think it's also this lady up here would have to make the save as well.
Question.
Yeah.
Question.
What about the wait staff?
Does our show? Yeah. Do we normally kill people on our show?
I thought it was 20. Is it a 20-foot radius? So if you start with this guy
20
here, if you start with this guy here, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. So the square is kind of like,
Okay.
she's just outside of it, I think.
And
It's
so are
these
they.
four.
I was throwing it at you here.
Oh, yeah, you were trying to cast a spell on me.
Yes.
Right.
And hit you. So then from this here, yeah. Okay. Yep. 5,
Okay.
10, 15. Yep. It would hit everyone.
Oh, it's 20 every direction.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm. This
oh.
one just blast out.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh,
So then
no,
the waitresses will also. So her up here, she got an 8, so she'll take the full damage. And the wait staff, got a 12 and a 6. So they will also be taking
no.
this damage.
And 23 is the full
23
amount.
damage. That's the
No.
full amount.
Okay.
Damage.
So half of that is like 11 and
even
a
though
half.
I have like a skull face,
I'm
like
taking
you can
11.
still see like my expressions, and I'm like, oh, I totally meant to. That was what I was trying to do.
Meanwhile, your jaw
Oh,
is
no.
literally on the floor.
Yeah.
I meant to do that. So I'm round. Can I take half rounded down or should I round it up?
I rounded down.
Okay, I'm rounding it down. That's 11 damage.
I'll just do it like this for now.
My hair.
Oh.
Hair.
So, yeah, these two are just knocked into the wall, all the way back, all slump over.
Oh no.
You have lots of singeing going everywhere.
Oh no.
Not looking good. This one here also isn't feeling pretty great, but is still up. And then these two are like still burping and don't know what's going on. And like are hurt, but not too bad.
I saved everyone.
I think we should leave. I don't know. I don't think we should stick around here after that.
I think we just killed a bunch of people. I was wondering.
Cut the
do we
cameras.
normally kill people on this show.
Cut the
Real
cameras.
quick, I want to know for narrative purposes. Do we normally kill civilians on the show?
You try not to, but you edit and post.
Okay, cool. Then
We'll
I won't
fix it
leave.
in
Then
post.
If we're editing it in post, then I won't leave. I will stay.
We'll fix it in post. Oh my
That'd
god.
be- That's kind of like one of your unknown magical powers that you can fix things in post. And so
love it.
you
I love
you
it.
can help clean this up afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. So we're fine. It's only so far. It's only 2 people. It's not even that big of a deal.
For you,
We've got
you're
a
like,
food-
yeah, this is gonna get good views, and then you can edit and post.
Yeah.
And it'll be okay, maybe.
We'll edit out their innocence. We'll add
Um,
extra bad stuff that they do. We'll put little badges on them in post that says horrible things on them so people aren't sad.
So
At the
when
end
this
of the
happens-
episode, they have a in memoriam with Sarah McLachlan in the arms of the angel.
Angel.
I'm here for this. The in memoriam after every episode is insane.
When this happens, as a response, these two over here stop arm wrestling, look back towards the two of you, or to the three of you, and get up as if to attack as well. So now you've angered these people as well. So they will be entering into the turn order here as well. Let's see here. Let me grab this. Oh, okay. This person will be at this when it comes back to turn around, and this person will be at this when it comes back around. Okay, so let me add that in. Okay, perfect. So we'll skip them for now, but they're going to come in next round. So, Valthrin, you did an amazing fireball. What does your fireball look like, by the way, as you cast this directly into Arrow?
It's like a big green fireball, and it's like it's got like a big dice in the middle.
Nice, nice. All right, so yes, you have now, yeah, done that, and I'll do better effects. There you go. It looks nice and green like the die, and has now hit a lot of people, and they are not very happy about this. Now, new people have entered into the fray. So now we will go to the sister. So the sister now very visibly upset. Oh, stop. No, no more of that. We already did that. People have died because of that. Is now going to come over and start swinging on Era, who's very large, and hoping to do some damage, and hopefully then get to that bag of skeletons to kill that thing too. Oh, okay. It's going to be 23 to hit.
That, well, does my armor class increase with my size, or is it still the same?
No, it's still
It's the same.
Nothing
18,
really
yeah, so it
changes
hits.
outside of
Outside of,
Okay.
am big now.
All
Lord.
right, so she is going to try and smash you with her hammer. She's going to do 7 damage coming right down onto your huge right foot, doing as much hurt as possible to kind of get you out of the way.
Alright.
Doing 8 damage.
8. Okie dokie. Youch. My toes.
Yes. And Dodger, you're up.
Just like grabbing my foot and
I
jumping. Youch.
Well, seeing that Arrow is grabbing their foot and jumping because they just got hit. Do I see other people, like when you say they're slumped over? Can I tell that they are alive and are just not feeling well, or are they
From where you are, you just see 2 lumps of body against the wall. You can't see enough. You can't see past Arrow and everything else going on, and the little sparks of fire now that's happening down here to be able to determine what's going on with those 2 bodies.
Well, that's unfortunate. I would have liked to help them, but they seem like they're on their own. For my action, I would like to. Is there any food around? I'd like to walk over and have some.
Yes, there is a lot of food at this table where they were sitting.
Oh, they were sitting? Nah, it seems like a lot.
Yeah.
I will just vicious mockery one of the people who was hitting them and just be like, hey, it looks like you're not showing your good camera side. It's actually, you're giving a really gross profile. Have you ever thought of getting any work done? And I think in the new version, they have to make a saving throw.
Yep, correct.
Against my spell DC, which is 1,000 or not that. I'm trying to find where it is on Roll20.
Your spell DC.
DC, my cell save DC.
Do
Spell save DC is. I have. So it's 7 plus 10, I think. So 17. That seems about right. That seems a little high, but.
yeah.
Oh, 15.
And for,
15.
Okay. And also for those of you watching at home or wherever you are, whatever you call home, these are level 6 characters, by the way. So these 3 are all level 6 characters, in case you were wondering. Okay, so they rolled. So we're gonna say you hit this one. You probably need to get a little bit closer, so I'll just put you up over here. And they rolled a 10, so they have been viciously mocked. And they're like looking at their beard and like touching it and like, wait, is it spotty? Is it patchy? I thought I combed it out today, and like just freaks
it's
out.
both things. It's both things. You take however many damage that is, which is
3.
3. They take 3 psychic damage, and they also like have a thing. I forgot what happens. Oh, they have like a negative to their next roll.
Okay. Yep. And disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. All right. So it will have disadvantage on its next attack. It does not.
Then, Yeah, bonus action, I will give my bardic inspiration to Arrow, so they have a D8 to use for doing stuff.
Nice. And what does your bardic inspiration look like for those at watching at home?
For those at home, it's gonna look like a little member of the crew running out and handing Arrow a can of delicious whoop ass. One of our sponsors. Crack open a can of whoop ass, and taste the beatdown.
And you just see Arrow looking dead at the camera. Psst. Glug, 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 glug.
Nice. So very much kind of like for those of you who know what this looks like that Popeye kind of like holding the
Like the
smashing
spinach,
can,
yeah.
spinach comes up and he eats it kind of situation. Okay. Anything else, Dodger?
That's it. Action, bonus action. And
All right.
Yeah. yeah.
Now we're to the one who has been viciously mocked and who is still looking at for patches in his beard. He's still upset though, and will attempt to attack Arrow, but with disadvantage. Well, that's good because one of them was a crit and the other one was a 5. So that did not go very well. So the dwarf comes in and tries to like hit you right in your 6-pack, Arrow, and it just kind of like bumps off of him because bumps off of you because he's not even swinging that hard because he's just too drunk. He's thinking about his beard and he's like, oh, sorry, and just kind of hits you as best he can, but it doesn't do anything.
He's so distracted by my rippling
He's very distracted by your abs and his beard.
Incredible.
Okay, they're done. So now, then we're gonna skip you, and so now we're to Arrow.
Excellent. Okay.
Who was the centerpiece of all of this and has not gone yet?
No, that's not good.
You know what it was? Because I instigated the fight. Everything that happened after that is what just happened, and now it's my turn, and we're gonna do some stuff here.
Yeah, some stuff.
So which one just swung at me? The
one with the black beard, and
this
also
guy?
the woman over here has already hit your foot.
Okay, she smacked my foot, and he swung at me because I'm a 6th level paladin. I actually have multi-attack. I can attack twice. So yeah, I'm going to swing with my I forgot how to play D&D. Yeah, I'm gonna. Ooh, wait, I had something else I wanted to do. Let me see something here really quick. Yes. As a bonus action, first I have Divine Favor. So my prayer, just make a sign of the cross, kiss my little amulet, point up at the sky. I get Divine Radiance until the spell ends. My weapon attacks deal an extra 1d4
Is your amulet
radiant.
just a picture of you?
It's a locket actually with me on one side and a different picture of me on the other.
I love it. That is amazing.
So I've got Divine Favor that adds 1d4 radiant to my attacks.
Ooh. Y'all are just murking citizens out here. I love it.
Yeah, we're not
We'll
from
fix
this
it in post.
dimension. We'll fix it in post.
In some dimensions, these people are food.
So the way
In this dimension, right? They eat their mothers.
Yeah, no,
their
that's what I
mother-in-law.
know. As of
Yeah.
right now, beings' lives are expendable here, as I was told that's what you guys eat.
Okay.
I mean, clearly they have no child labor laws. We found that out earlier.
Oh yeah.
So my weapon is a halberd, and what I'm gonna do, for those who don't know, that's like a battle axe type deal. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to make 2 attacks with it, but I'm gonna kind of like swing it around over my head and hit both of them. So
Nice.
I'm gonna roll 2 attacks, one for one of them and one for the other.
Okay.
And I'm gonna come around. I'm gonna swing it clockwise. So I'm gonna try to hit this guy and then the lady.
Okay. Perfect.
But so the first roll is
So you're
26.
26.
Does that hit him?
And that one hits.
Okay, and then the 9 for her, which probably doesn't
That will miss.
hit. Okay, that's what I
Now
thought.
you do
That's
have
fine.
a bardic inspiration that you could use if you want to.
I don't want to metagame it and be because I get plus. I don't think adding
You
a
have to choose
D8.
to do it
You have to do
before.
it.
Yeah. Okay.
Before,
And that's
yeah.
for
And
that's
before you know it hits, so we
Right.
don't know what the
Oh,
ladies
right.
may see it.
Right.
So
correct.
you could use it now.
You could
I
make
think
an attempt.
I think 9 is low enough where I'm just gonna it's fine. I'll just miss. So I'm gonna roll damage on the first guy. Did that work? Hello.
Didn't do
Damage.
There we go.
10 plus I had the 1d4 radiant damage. So
Yes.
I'm just gonna roll I forgot how to do this. 1d4. That should work. Yeah, and I got 4.
Yeah.
Excellent. So
Nice.
14.
14.
Damage.
All right. Are you trying to kill him?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm trying to kill him.
Would you like to do non-lethal or lethal damage?
I would like to do non-lethal damage. I would
Okay,
like to
okay.
knock him out. I'm not a murderer. I'm a paladin. I'm the man of a man of the Lord. Being me, I'd worship
would never
myself.
Happens to be you.
Yeah, the Lord,
Happens-
me. I have morals and values that
I don't know
I
what this
need to
is.
respect.
Yeah.
So I will be doing non-lethal damage. Yes. And Sage,
Alright,
to
so you
recap,
knock him basically back
I
onto the table. He is now passed out.
got
He is
2
done.
attacks because I'm level 6
He is
paladin. So I swung my
So I will
halberd
take
around
him
and
off the
I
initiative order.
swung and tried to hit this
and then,
guy
yes,
and
then
her,
you continue to swing and then you
and I
miss
hit
the
him
sister.
and I missed the sister.
Who
So you really didn't miss much.
tries to duck, which doesn't very hard because you're very large and she's very small. And
It was
so
2
she just
minutes of
kinda ducks, and
me
she's not drunk.
trying to figure out how I wanted
so
to
she
attack.
ducks
So we're
down
fine.
below you. So then, anything else for you, Arrow?
No, that's it. A bonus action. I'm good.
Okay. At this, kind of seeing. Actually, no, he's too drunk to know. Let me roll to see if he knows what's going on. 1 second. Okay, he is actually starting to snap out of it. He's looking at 2 of the people that he was trying to hit on, who are slumped over in the corner. He's seeing his brother,
Yeah.
who's now passed out on the table. He's proud of his sister, of course, for hitting you on the foot, but he's thinking he's gonna go and attempt to grab his brother and get the hell out of here. You can do an attack of opportunity if you'd like.
Who? Me?
You, because
Yeah.
he's
Oh.
leaving your space.
I'll swing at him. Yeah, of course.
Nice. All right,
Of
go
course.
for it.
I have the opportunity attack. I will take it. So yeah, I'm just gonna I guess swing my hand axe at him. What is with these rolls? That's crazy. A 26.
Almost crit. Almost.
Almost.
Damn.
When does my divine favor spell end? I want to see if I can, cause does that still
I think
is it the end of my
you
turn?
must still have it.
Yeah. Divine favor. Yeah, it just says your prayer empowers you to divine favor until the spell ends. It should say.
Just say a duration on the spell. I forget what. How long
Yeah.
paper.
Oh, here we go. Info.
here.
Evocation. It's a concentration up to 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay, so you're fine. Yep. So it's still on there.
Okay, it's still on there. So
Mhm.
we'll roll and then add a d4. Oh my god. Sorry. I started this fight. I'm gonna finish it. +2, so 10.
Yeah, okay, nice. Yeah, so he's basically gonna like try and go over and save his brother. And then somehow though you smack him with the backside of your
That's
hand
what I was
axe
thinking,
and
just-
he goes tumbling and falls over onto the table, also passes out as well.
Hey,
Now
that's
he's
cute.
joined
They
his brother
passed
on
out
the
right
table.
next to each other.
Because they're brothers.
Yay,
Aw.
families.
Look at them.
Uh,
So cute.
Okay, so his turn is now done. So now we're back up to our favorite Valthrin, who's I'm sure going to continue to do great things.
All right. I mean, the problems have been dealt with. I mean, are these other guys still coming at us?
I mean, they're looking visibly upset, yes, still.
All right,
although
all
you don't
right,
know who
well-
they are. You don't know who they are or why.
Time
they're-
to get on to the good spell book. See what we
Oh,
got
man.
in here.
Oh god.
Our chief security officer.
Yeah, this worked so
Skeleton with a gun.
well.
Where's my... Okay, let me see what that looks like. Okay, less damaging. I will cast a firebolt.
Fire bolt this time.
Fire bolt
Oh,
at the sister.
Smaller.
The sister. Okay.
They're looking
19.
disrespectfully.
Yes, that hit.
Disrespectfully.
All right.
They must be dealt with.
Who are you?
15 damage. All right.
Yep.
So yeah, I will after the first fire spell that I cast that I wasn't even trying to cast, I now fumble through my book and I find the fire bolt, and like as I like get it out of my book and like I'm channeling the power, I almost like accidentally shoot it at the wall, but then I like curve and shoot it at the sister.
Nice. Yes, at that, the sister goes tumbling back. It is almost impossible to do non-lethal magic damage. And so she will also
But it's
be...
green. It's like it's friendlier.
Just friendly,
It
friendly
is
little
friendlier.
thing of fire.
You don't know how our planes work.
I know
Yeah.
how this game works, and and you just took out another person with your magic. All right. Anything else, Walter?
No, I'm chilling.
Just absolutely obliterating people. I'm chilling. I'm good.
Nice.
This is great
Meanwhile,
TV. This is good TV.
On the back wall, these three are trying to escape. Just on the back
Escape without
Oh my
signing a
God.
release. For the episode?
Oh, that's right.
wall. And then as you now see this Aarakocra right here, who looks visibly upset and is about to enter into the fray. And he pulls out his bow staff and looks at the three of you and is ready to attack. Basically starts flying up. And when he flies up, you see this like beautiful wings comes up. I mean, you've seen it before. Dodger's done it like maybe once before where he flew, but it was like he doesn't do it very often. It's not normally the way he gets around. It's not how he gets around. And as he's about to do something, it seems like all of time and space have stopped. And as that happens, you see the manager walk into the room, and you all can't do anything. Like y'all are literally stuck in time. She kind of walks into the middle of the room. She's clearly upset, and she says, "Enough. Rewind." And you all go back to your seats
Observe. Hello?
as if nothing had ever happened. Almost.
Do we have memory of what happened?
Yes.
We have memory of what happened. Okay.
Okay.
And these people are
Everyone's
now
back
kind of
alive.
still over here, upset about these people kind of like laughing at them
TiVo.
and trying to like seduce them. And it feels and seems as though nothing has happened. Now, you all see the manager, but you forget that the manager is the one who does this every time. You don't remember her doing this at all. You're just like, oh, that happened. And then, yeah, sure, we fixed it in post. And then everything seems to almost go back to normal. Now, this has happened to you all before. However, it's not something that happens very often. And when it does happen, you're just like, oh, good. We didn't kill anyone. Everything's great. Everything works out fine. And now everything's kind of almost reset back to normal.
I lean into the group and I go, you guys, I think I'm psychic. I saw this whole scene. I saw this whole scene play out where we got into a bar fight and things were happening and people were dying and then it's like I blinked and it's like it never happened. I think I like
Was I casting
Raven
magic
Simone.
really good?
Yes. You casted
Okay,
magic.
then yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, then you're probably psychic for sure.
Yeah, I would also agree with that because here's the thing. I've never seen you not be psychic.
That makes sense.
I think
That makes sense.
I think
And
you're
then
right.
as you all are talking to each other, kind of whispering, like trying to unravel this, one of the camera people comes over and was like, no, yeah, it happened. And he shows you the whole entire video of you all doing everything that you just did, because the camera still capture all of it. That does not get erased. So the camera still captures everything exactly the way it happened.
Incredible.
Wow, look at that. That looks just like us. Look there. Look.
You guys did a great job with this. That's exactly what I saw in my
Yeah.
head. That's
That
crazy.
model looks exact. You guys work so fast. This is why that's why we like the tech crew on this show. They're always so quick with the renders.
Fix it in
Valkyrie
post.
looks just like you.
Fix it in post.
You can almost smell the burning flesh of those innocent civilians.
Oh, if I could smell it, I mean, I can.
Well, it's good. It'd be really disappointing if you couldn't smell or taste anything. We'd have to fire you. Because this is a cooking show. So I'm glad that you can.
So when they rewind this, your hit points stay the same. Your spell slots have been used. The people that were either killed or hurt very badly will feel it in the morning, but they just don't have immediately right now. Don't have feeling about it. But in the morning, they will feel it as if they had been basically either killed or badly hurt. They will feel that in the
I
morning.
love that they have one more day to say goodbye to their family. Do they remember what?
I was gonna say, do they remember?
They don't remember. They do not remember.
I'm gonna wake up the next morning like, oh man, I feel like I just got hit by a fireball.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
exactly
I
what
don't
it
know if
feels
you guys know this, but Innkeeper, it's the official thought process of Innkeeper that anybody who dies randomly is because a television show from another dimension killed them on accident and at random. So just so you know, it's in the game.
Yeah, totally. But you'll just have to get one for yourself to find out with the promo
Yeah, you'll have
code
to
Witch20 for
get one in order to
20%
find out.
off.
Yeah.
See who dies. Oh, jeez.
Randomly.
Next to the three of you, kind of on the table next to you, you see the manager. She is clearly passed out. She is she's like sleeping. She is not moving at all.
Oh.
Like a stone. But she's clearly sleeping like a stone.
Okay.
Maybe we should go see this king that we were supposed to go see while we're waiting for our food.
Now that she's passed
It's
out,
a sign.
again-
Can we go see the king before she wakes up and get back and then be like, we already did it.
Yeah.
You have no faith in us.
Make her life hell is the whole point of this thing.
This poor
I
woman.
love it. I love it.
My manager Amy is actually gonna love this video because
Oh my God.
is not unlike how I act regularly.
As you all are considering going to talk to the king, this very burly waitress comes over and just plops down a triple roasted boar onto the table, which you all ordered a while ago. But I guess it's not really a while ago. It seems like a while ago, but really isn't in time.
A couple murders ago, at least.
And just plops down a bunch of food onto your table so that you can try the triple roasted boar.
All right, let's get a shot of this, and we are gonna taste this delicious, twice roasted mother-in-law here at the Golden Stein. Now, remember, this is a very sensual meal that we're enjoying as they've pumped loads and loads of hot butter all over it, and we should be careful. He's gonna get like a little fancy bib. I would like to eat the triple roasted boar.
Nice. Yes, so you begin to eat the triple roasted boar. It is absolutely delicious. It falls off the bone. You put a little fork into it, the whole thing just falls apart, and you just begin to go at it.
Flavor flame, bam!
The camera then shoots
Blam.
over to Valthrin to look at you eating this food.
Yeah, I'm just like kind of like rubbing it on my face and like trying to chew it, and it's just like falling down. I'm like, yes, like it's very good.
So just a bunch of
rubbing
juice
it
and
on
stuff
your
on your face, on your skull, and on your rib cages, but nothing's
Excellent. It's
actually
some of the
being
best
consumed.
roasted boar I've ever had.
Arrow's picking at it with a fork, pinky out, pretending like he's fancy pants, but it's also just getting all over him, and he's
Nice.
yes.
Nice.
Board juice on my abs, you know.
Nice. Yes.
Board
Intentionally,
juice on
unintentionally.
my abs is
The-
something I will be saying for the rest of my life. Thank you very much.
The B-roll film of that is just the like a slow, you know, that like shiny like slow pan of like
Nice.
the,
Nice.
the drippage.
Yep.
Okay, I'm
Get
done. I
some
can't.
Beyonce fans like to kind of like make the
Yes,
wind blow through your hair
yes.
as the
As
glistens
I'm
down your
yeah.
abs. Nice.
This-
At least that's what I think
this
is
stream
happening,
got
but they're not
very
actually.
different very quickly. Just for me, just so everybody knows, that it's a different energy for me now. Dripping juices on everybody's abs, so I don't ready for that.
Welcome to my channel.
As you all are eating your food and dripping on your abs and all that stuff like that and on your bones, these two over here actually stop doing their kind of arm wrestling and they start to approach your table.
Ooh,
Okay.
hello.
May I approach
Welcome
the
to
bitch?
Dungeons, Dive-ins, Drive-ins, Dimensions, and Dives.
At this, the halfling looks at the three of you and says, "Are you here also for the magics and the danger?"
I am always for the magics. Yes.
And the danger. Danger's
And then
my
the
middle name.
Oh, well, that's nice. I didn't know that.
All this time we've known each other. You didn't know my name is Arrow Danger Crowborn.
No, I didn't. And to be honest, I have to keep reminding myself that your name is Arrow. That's why we have you wear the name tags on your back.
Oh, you're right. I thought Arrow's outfit. He didn't know it was a name tag. He thought it was like a basketball jersey. He's got it all blinged out on the back.
name.
Yeah, the name Arrow.
Retired this shirt.
It's an Arrow 69 on the back.
Yup.
Yeah.
For the
The,
ladies.
The Aarakocra comes over and says, Varric, I don't think that we should be interacting with strangers. We're here on a very important mission. And the halfling says, Aethon, don't worry about that. I believe that these three are the ones who need to be helping us. And he looks at the three of you and says, you do know that there is bad ill happening in this town, yes?
Bad.
Bad ill.
Bad ill. What a strange
Yes,
way to
that's
say
what I
that.
said, the bad ill.
Bad
You
ill.
don't feel it.
Bad ill.
Bad ill.
He's gonna, like, take
Sorry,
the
just the
table.
three idiots at a table trying to figure out what the hell this guy's saying. Bad.
Aethon, the bird Aethon kind of like puts his hand on the shoulder of the halfling and says, pardon me and pardon my companion here. We were asked to come here to understand what is happening with the magic. There appears to be a converging of energy here, and we don't understand. So we have been looking around town to figure out what exactly is going on. We are part of a very, very famous adventuring guild, and we've been asked and tasked to figure out exactly what's going on here. Do the three of you happen to be doing the same?
Yes, famous adventuring guild. I have heard of you. I haven't, but I because it's famous. I do know. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Then great. Then you are here to help with the magical problem here. So I assume that you have also talked to the king.
We
have
were
not talked
gonna
to the
do
king
that.
yet.
Yeah, I'll throw that. Oh,
Go
yeah,
there
yeah, we
right
were
now.
gonna.
Oh,
Right after
you.
we finished our triple roasted mother-in-law.
Oh, so you haven't met with the king yet. Well, then perhaps we'll wait for you when you have talked to him, and we'd be happy to assist you. But of course, this is a
Okay.
very sensitive matter and something that you must get approval from the king to investigate.
Ah, I see. Well, if there's a delicious new adventure on the foot, we will talk to this king and get the filming release rights to go do that.
Oh, okay, fine. We will be here, just over at our table. Don't mind us. We will see you when you get back from the king. If you need us, we will be here enjoying this food with these wonderful people in this hall who clearly have been alive this entire time, and we are very excited to still be here.
Actually, yeah. Before you go, could you just sign these waivers? And I pull a waiver like off
Oh,
of
yes,
this
please.
off of the sleeping manager. I pull the waivers and throw them on
That's
the
good.
table.
You should probably get everyone in this town to sign one of those waivers.
For
Uh,
all
If they
of
don't,
the
if you don't
damage that
sign
you're
it
gonna
now,
cause.
you're gonna sign it in your dream later when we have our dream team come through and make
Dream
sure we get
scene.
signatures.
the dream team.
Yeah, they're the team that follows you in your dreams and seeing if there's any good food there.
They don't understand what you're asking, but they take something. They take I don't know, a quill, and that you give them, of course, and they just kind of like scribble on the page all over it, and then kind of just walk away, very confused by what just happened.
That works.
At that, do you all want to leave, or is there anything else you want to do down here?
Yeah, guys, let's go see the king. I think we get we should figure out what these guys are trying to get us involved in here.
I agree. I think it's time. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I look into the camera. Dodger's gonna look at the camera and say, "Triple roasted bull. We're gonna give it 2 blangs. Blang blang."
Nice. At at that, you all leave the establishment, knowing what you did because of the camera roll, but thankful that no one actually got hurt in that process. As you're kind of walking through town, we're actually going to have a little interaction with our audience here. We're going to do a poll for the audience. We're going to do a little bit of
Okay.
backstory here with
Doing
our
a poll.
friends. And so we're going to do a poll. So what I'm going to have you all do in chat or on the poll, however this works. I don't know how this works. Lynn knows
Yeah.
how this works.
Yeah.
We're going to have 2 polls. The first poll is going to be the name of one of the characters. So there'll be 3 options for you. I would like you to pick one of the 3 characters, and we're going to do a little bit of a random backstory situation here. So please, in the poll in just a moment here, we'll have you do that.
Okay. It's gonna be a 1-minute poll.
It's me.
Choose your fighter. Choose your character. It's starting now.
Choose your fighter. That's right. First player, second player, third player.
You have 60 seconds. Yeah. It should say.
Ooh, you better do it.
It should say
You
vote,
better
vote,
do
vote,
it.
vote on the poll.
Vote on the
yeah.
poll.
Vote.
Ooh, we got
I
2 votes for
say-
Valthrin. We got 1 vote for Arrow, 1 vote for Dot. 3 for Valthrin. All right. Ooh, yeah. We got 6 votes
Let's
for
go,
Valthrin. All right, you got about 30 more seconds.
Valthrin.
And Llama, thank you so much for the follow and thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Prime sub. I love a Prime sub.
Love us up.
Love a Prime sub. Give me those Bezos bucks. Yes.
Not
Okay.
get those commercials. I get it.
I know. I feel like I was like, should I turn them off? And then I just left them on. I just ads. Okay, we got 9 votes for Valthrin. I don't think in the next 10
Ooh,
seconds
I
it's gonna swing at all.
There
so
it is.
we got Valthrin. Now we're gonna start a new poll.
One more poll.
Yeah,
Get ready.
and this is for the
Okay.
flavor, the
This is
flavor, the
flavor.
flavor space. What are we calling it?
Ooh.
Flavor dimension.
The flavor plane?
The flavor
flavor
plane.
dimension.
Yes.
In the favor plane. There you go.
Okay, and we have 4 options for that.
Ooh.
Romance, crime, backstory, or hometown.
I already know what I'm clicking, just so everybody knows.
This is Leander, for the price of my Prime sub, call Kyle a nerd.
Yeah.
Special request from
Oh, thank-
from Llamas.
Kyle, you're a nerd.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you might know I see Dead Llamas personally.
Yes.
Amazing. Welcome in. Thank you so much.
I'll do
Okay,
it
we got a
again, too,
poll.
for free.
We got a poll
I'll say things like that just for no money.
for the price of my Prime sub. Yeah, free. Excellent. Okay, poll in chat. Which are we doing? Ooh, we've got 3 votes for romance and 2 votes for crime so far. We got about 10 seconds left.
Baby,
Close.
don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
All
Mama.
right. Thank you all so much for voting on these polls. I love doing polls in chat.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we got 4 votes for romance. Let's
Nice.
go.
All right, is that the final
That's the
offer?
final offer. Valthrin romance.
All right, here we go. So as you all are heading towards the king's castle, Valthrin, you begin to slow down because you want to have a chat with Arrow. And Arrow, you remember a night, barely, where you got super drunk and you just felt the need to touch all over Valthrin's bones. And you don't know why you were excited by his bones, but you just couldn't help yourself that night. And he now is finally bringing it up to you about the fact that that happened. So, Valthrin, how would you like to introduce this awkward conversation with Arrow from a few nights ago when Arrow was
I
super
got
drunk?
so drunk and started caressing your bones.
Arrow, you remember that night we got drunk together? Because I can get drunk as well by drinking the liquid, and then it goes into me, and I also get drunk. Do you remember that when we did that together?
Hey, which time? We party a lot.
It was very recently when you
That's
started
right.
petting my face, and then
Get specific.
you sat on me in
Ah.
a very
Front ways or back ways?
it was front ways.
Oh, okay,
yeah. And
Vaguely.
I was just wondering, are we dating now?
Arrow doesn't like to tie himself down to anybody, but whatever helps you sleep at night. If you need to tell yourself that we're dating so you don't feel bad about what happened,
Sleep.
that's
So
all
I
right.
would be considered your side piece.
I prefer it more of a friends with benefits. The benefit being I get to stroke your bones and you get to consent to that happening, hopefully.
All right, yes, of course, because we were both drunk, clearly, and I
Yeah.
didn't think it was weird while it was happening.
Okay, good.
At
Because
all.
me neither. As long as I'm glad we're having this conversation because sometimes lines get blurred and I'm actually really glad you brought this up. Yeah. So it was good. It was good for you. It was good for me. Was
yes.
it good? Was it good for you?
Yes, my bones are incredibly smooth, so they're multi-purpose.
They sure are smooth and hard. Some of them are very long.
They are. They have a lot of different things that
Got
you
a
can
lot of
do with
bones.
them.
You arguably,
know.
you arguably have enough bones to make an entire human skeleton.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
That's great. I'm glad we aired that out.
I'm also glad we figured that out.
Right. Well, let's head to the king.
Yeah, and then next time you want me to stroke your bones, just let me know.
I will.
Yeah, just casual. We'll keep it casual. We'll keep it cool. Keep it casual. No strings. No strings. Just some friendly bone stroking every once in a while.
When I'm lonely at night, I just need some bones.
Sneak your bones into my bed, and I'll.
I also like that Valtham has no physical sensations.
It does nothing for him. It does absolutely nothing for him, and it does very little for
Just sitting
me.
here like, hi. Just
He
All like these things.
he can feel his bones because he can take damage. That means he
Okay.
can feel.
Okay.
He just doesn't.
He notices the lack of bone when bones are broken away. It's not the same. It's pain. It's just, oh man.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I needed that.
Aside, maybe off table. Does Valthrin still have a brain necessarily?
Ooh, that's a good
I
question.
don't
Is there like
think
a brain?
so.
You
There's
d-
no organs there.
Okay,
Right.
it's just bones. That explains your character's intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does not explain mine though. At least you
The
have an
funny
excuse
thing
for
is-
being dumb.
He was like that before. Before when he had an actual brain.
Oh, good. Oh,
Nothing
good.
has changed.
Well, so now our companions have had some consensual conversations where now there's all consent, and they've been together for so long. It's like a natural progression of their friendship. Not a big deal at all. So nice to have that good consensual conversation about bones.
Moving on
So
from this.
you all head to the castle. You get to the entrance. You see a guard out front looking at you all expectingly, as if he expects something from you if you want entrance to this.
Um,
Um, like,
okay.
do you have, what are you doing here? Do you have notice? Do you have a note? Are you supposed to be here?
Do we have
We're
a
here to see
note?
the king.
No one just sees the
Crikey.
king. What is your purpose here?
We're here on Dungeons, Diving, Dimensions, and Dives, and we're here to talk to your king about a very special dish that apparently is being served up right here in your castle.
A dish? What do you mean?
Yes. A meal. I guess I should say that because sometimes dishes are what you eat meals on.
We
Is that true in this reality? Can someone tell me if it's is it true that they call the things that we eat meals on dishes in this reality?
in the background. Yeah. It's dishes.
Ah, yes. Then yes.
Love the crew. So glad they're
We
here.
are not just having anyone come in here to serve food for our king, or inviting uninvited guests to eat with the king. I'm very confused.
We were
Well, it's a good
asked to
thing that
come
we were
here.
both invited. Yeah, and also we will not be doing the cooking. You will be doing the cooking. We will be doing the eating.
I don't cook.
Listen, Mr. Guard Man, I don't normally do this, but do you know who we are?
Dude.
And I just like point to Arrow.
Yeah, no, I don't know who you are.
You've seen me. Dude, look a little harder, and I like. You know.
Nope, no idea. No idea at all.
This is
So
honestly
why
a
are
first
you
for
here
me.
again?
We got a message, where, and I turned to the guys.
All right, that's
where's,
it. I'm
where's
getting
the
the
man?
spell
Where's the
book
manager?
out.
Where's the manager? Because she knows, and I know she knows.
Oh,
The
yeah.
manager's still at the.
We're here.
At the
Like,
end,
I know
sleeping.
she's not
Oh,
here, but
okay.
I'm like,
Hold on. I'll get our manager, and that will help us out. DM, I would like to cast a spell, please.
Yes.
So one of my many dishes one of my many things, I have a bar, and it's called it's a ghost bar. So I will rip open a ghost bar and take a bite, which will let me control one ghost, and it's called Unseen Servant. And I will tell this unseen servant to go get my manager and track them over here, so we don't have to leave. So yeah, I will just cast that. I eat my ghost bar, okay, control of one ghost.
You
And
mean like a
send
candy
the
bar?
unseen
Like when you
servant
say
to-
ghost bar, what do you mean ghost bar?
It's a bar, and when you open it up, there's a little ghost, and then you eat it, and then a ghost will show up, and then it'll go do the thing you want to do.
God, not like bar like
Everybody
club.
knows.
Not
Everybody
like a
knows
club
what a
bar.
ghost bar is. No, that's a ghost discotheque.
Okay. Ghost discoteca, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so yes, so you conjure up a little ghost who then goes to go find the manager. In the meantime, the guard is still looking at you now and saying, "So, why are you here?"
magic. I'm like patting my like pants to see if I have a slip of paper that I think I remember seeing that was telling us why we're here and not finding it.
I'm going to attempt to cast a minor illusion.
Oh no.
Okay.
All right, let's see if I can.
What will this illusion be of?
I want to
That's
make like a invitation from the king that says like, "Come in and see
Ooh.
us. You are
Perfect.
invited here from the king."
Perfect. So then they'll have to do a check to see if they can see past the illusion, basically.
Okay, beautiful.
What is your DC again?
14.
Okay. He got a 4. So he looks at this document and says, yes, clearly this is an official document Here requesting to see the king on utmost important mission. Okay. Great. We can let you in then. Thank you for presenting your documents. At that,
Excellent.
the guard kind of opens the gates and allows you all to walk through. Um, you won't remember this, Dodger, but you've had the invitation in your pocket the entire time. You just totally have like just spaced out that you even had
Oh
the
yeah,
document
I
because
will.
you
I
don't
will
care. You're
use it to.
focused.
I'll spit out my gum that I had been chewing, and I'll be like, "Flip," and I'll just wrap it up in a random piece of paper that I had in my pocket and throw it away as we walk in.
Good.
Nice. So you all are now going to be walking into the castle of the king. King Skylar is his name. And when you walk into the castle,
Ooh.
Oh
Oh my gosh. Let's see where we're at. Okay.
you are led into the main chamber hall. And what you see as you walk in is you see a person up on the left hand side, kind of on the railing looking over. And then you see another person on the right hand side, a young man in a wheelchair being pushed by an attendant who's also looking very intently at the three of you as you walk in. Ahead of you, you see what clearly must be King Skylar, flanked by what appears to be possibly his a magical assistant and one of his main guardsmen or generals on his left hand side. They are all three kind of talking to each other, almost having a small debate about where they think the next inn should go in Bittersburg. And they're just having an argument about where they think they should allow the next inn to go. So they're kind of talking to each other, basically ignoring the three of you as they talk to each other. And you see one saying, we should really make sure that we utilize the ocean side and oceanfront space. And the other one's like, no, no, no. We have hills and forests. We can clear out some spaces over there, make a really great inn over there. And the king is like, don't we already have too many inns already? Why do we need to have another one in this small town? And they're just kind of arguing back and forth and not talking to the three of you at all.
I'll do the classic start like clearing my throat until someone looks at me.
Do a performance check for me to make sure that you did it loud enough and robust enough for someone to hear
Perfect.
you.
Performance. I love performing. It's funny because my charisma isn't very high, which I love.
Despite.
Yeah. All right.
Can we say that you
12.
still? I feel like you could probably still use your bardic inspiration.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Can I
bard it
add a D8?
Yeah, I gotta see you. How are you? How are you
Alright.
doing? Are you just? How are you eating this can of food?
Oh yeah.
Whoop ass, because it is
right
whoop ass specifically.
right
It's supposed to be
before
Yeah.
I'm thinking about what I can do to get their attention, and then I remember. Are the cameras with us still?
Yes.
Okay,
always.
perfect. I remembered I had the can of whoop ass with me, and I whip to the camera and I pull it out and I open it up, chug, whoop ass for when you need to whoop some ass, and then I
Roll a d8.
you go unbreak the fourth wall and ahem.
Ooh,
So I got a 7 on there.
Nice.
So
nice.
8, 19.
All right, great.
Yeah.
They all kind of halt in their conversation, and they all turn and look specifically at you, Arrow, which of course they would. And they're just kind of.
I would say in Arrow's mind, anytime anyone lays eyes on him, it is holy light from the sky. The angels like like sparkling, like gold sparkle. That's in Arrow's brain. Obviously, that never maybe has happened actually one time because of obviously being a paladin and divine whatever. But I think it
Yes.
happens every time, and it just does not. So.
It does happen in post. They do edit.
That's why I think it happens in real. I think it happens in real life because every time I watch an episode, it happens, and I'm like, wow,
Yes,
I'm so magical.
That's so
I
real.
love it.
Excellent.
So the three of them turn to you. The king kind of stands up and says, who are you and what do you want here?
I am.
Ooh.
Wait, you don't know who I am? You recognize us. We're D4. Dungeons, Drive-ins, Dragon Diners, and D.
Excellent.
Excuse me. Yes, I would like a large Whopper with a what is that thing that they had there? A rat piss? No, Mountain Dew. And then a large order of potato trimmings, please. Thank you. And then whenever who's in charge can come to talk to us about the adventure, I would also appreciate it.
Wait, I'm confused. Are you all looking for the dining hall, or are you looking for assistance from the king? And that's
I'm
this
ordering
guy's-
from that. Dodger's gonna point over at the guy with the crown. I'm ordering my
Burger King.
meal from that guy, and then I would like to talk to the monarch in charge.
It just clicked for me.
Yeah, same. Same. The guardsman kind of general walks up and says, "Do you think you were going to order the king to get you food?"
Yes, have it my way if I remember correctly.
I was
That
specifically
is
told
not-
that we'd be having it.
That is not the king's job. He is the ruler of these lands. He will not be getting you any food at all.
Oh,
That's rude.
he's dressed just like the person who would give people burgers and drinks in most of the known multiverse.
So then why are we here?
Yeah, no.
Look
I
at the
also
guys, like,
confused.
why-
I thought that's why we were here.
We're here to do the show and eat the food.
Yeah, no, that's what I also thought. That's why we were here too.
So you're not here about the magical energies and the adventure.
The adventure, of
Ah,
course.
yes, there was an
There's one
adventure
guy's
as well.
mentioned that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
well,
bird
if you
man
can
and the
tell
half
us-
man.
Yeah, and the half man. Yeah, the halfling man. Oh yes, then please tell us about the magic adventure. Have a person give us a meal that we ordered, and then we'll be on our way.
At this, the king is looking quite puzzled and perplexed. Dodger, if you could do a charisma check at this point.
I will do that.
you're
Is this
in-
persuasion? Would you
Persuasion
say?
sounds good. Yep.
Alright,
Or-
let's-
I mean, you really believe he is who you think he is. So
I
you're not
do
gonna-
believe that he
Yeah.
is this. Yes.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Persuasion. Chicka chicka. 16.
All right. Let's see. I'll go over here.
You know what?
he-
Before you tell me anything,
Yeah.
I am going to use another one. Oh, I can't use bardic inspiration on myself. I can only use it on other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Never mind. Take it.
Yep. At this, he says, listen, I will tell you of our problems. Maybe I will get you the food you're speaking of. I'm sure I can have my cooks whip something up for you. But do you want to know about what's going on or not?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he said, yeah. We wanna know, right?
No, why not?
It's gonna make good content.
Oh, that's
I
right. Yeah,
mean-
no, it'll help us for sweeps.
Get an extreme close up on this.
At
He's
this,
just like he just tells the camera person to come right from this guy's face.
at this, you see the kind of magic attendant, and she looks like she's a magical attendant because she's holding a bunch of scrolls and she has a robe. Yeah, you're making some assumptions. You see her whispering in the ear of the king, and he's nodding and saying, that's a good idea. I like that. Okay. Let's do that. The king says to the three of you, I will divulge the information. However, we have two visitors here from royal lands beyond Bittersburg, and they both have a problem they need resolved. If you would be willing to solve their problem, I will happily divulge the information about what is going on.
So like
Okay.
like chores?
Uh,
You want us to
Royal-
do chores?
royal duties that I think that you all should be doing before I divulge secret information.
A bribe. I see. You want us to bribe
what-
you
how-
for the information by doing the tasks for you. Yeah. I'm down.
Wait a minute.
I'm down for that.
You said this is a royal thing. So I think that what they're saying is that they just made us royalty by doing these things. Wonderful. That makes sense. For you, Arrow, you definitely feel like you're royalty. In some
I
way.
mean, then all things considered, I consider myself royalty anyway.
Yeah. This will just make it official here on this reality.
Oh, this plane, yes, this dimension.
Uh-oh. We're losing. We lost. Everyone in the universe has gotten really quiet.
Uh-oh.
Almost as if they're muted.
Who? Oh,
Almost as if
me? Oh my god, how
entire
long? I wonder
universe
how
is
long I've been muted
itself.
for. Wait, no, I'm not muted. Hello?
I'm not muted. I can hear you just
Can you
fine.
hear us?
I couldn't hear him.
my
I couldn't
God.
hear.
Oh my god. I never sent my
Hello,
announcement.
hello.
either.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now I can hear you. You're back.
Okay.
There we go. The multiverse has
I
been
got
converged
scared.
again.
Because I did mute myself earlier to say like hi and thank you to someone.
Oh.
And then I was like, oh my god, imagine I just didn't unmute myself. Ugh.
Your kingliness in the course of shooting our very important, very popular, extremely high-performing show, Dungeons, Dive-Ins, Dimensions, and Dives. We met two random people who told us to come here, as well as my manager, who we currently ignore most of the time. They said you need help with your problems, and for some reason, they believe it is us that can fix it. So we are here.
Wonderful. That is fantastic. We always test the people who come here because, some people come in with like illusionary documents and act like they actually know what they're doing, but actually don't. So we always have to make sure we test these potential heroes before we send them on true missions. So if you don't mind, you can either talk to Queen Parker of Mamba, or you can talk to Lord Malcolm of Lavos and his attendant Ken. If you can solve either one of their problems, then I would be happy to divulge information.
All right. Team, which one should we go to?
Can we rub
Um,
3 brain cells together and figure it out?
Which one looks like they would have the most delicious food?
That's tough. I'm horrible.
Well,
at
let's
judging
just go
people.
here. He's gonna just move over to this lady or person, this being of indeterminate origin.
All right,
The
you have
multiverse is
chosen.
vast and wild, and who knows?
You've
Yes.
chosen Queen Parker. She is up higher than you on the railing, looking down at you. And she says to you, 3 of you, we have had a rash of theft in our realm from pirates, and those pirates seem to be making camps here off just outside of town on the coastline. And if you could please retrieve our special liquor, we'd really appreciate it and we'll be forever grateful.
Liquor. I hardly know her. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what you came here, folks. That's what you came here, top notch.
And as you say that, the camera pans over to the other two, like slowly, as if didn't hearing what you just said.
So stupid.
All
right.
right. So you want us to get your liquor back from these pirates?
That's right.
Okay.
Perfect.
Sweet.
Then I only ask that you go out and go to the coastline, search, find these pirates, and bring back our liquor.
Ah, your rumma liquor. Rumma.
Rum liquor.
I've never had this rumma liquor, but I'm excited to try it out.
Sounds delicious.
It
Oh.
does. What is rumma liquor made of?
You asking me?
Yes, you the one.
Oh, I don't make it, so I don't know. But if my workers
Oh.
were here, they would tell you all about it.
Oh, I see. They're not working right now.
No, well, they are, but then it keeps getting stolen, so what's the point?
Ah, yes, I see. I would also not keep my crew around with me if I didn't have anything to do. Well, me and my very hardworking crew who works 24/7 and never stops will be leaving right now to go get your things. All right, bye.
To the coast.
To the
Wait,
coast.
before we leave, Arrow,
Yes.
Lathrin, should we not just talk to the other person and then we can get them both done at the same time and then just like leave?
That movie. I think the king might have said we only had to do one thing.
Yeah, if we don't have to do both, we don't have to do both unless you want the content, unless you want the
Dodger's gonna walk over to this other group real quick. Excuse me, other people, are you in any way more interesting than this lady and her rum and liquor?
What do you mean more interesting?
Like more interesting than rum and liquor, whatever that is. What do you got?
Are you asking about our problem?
Sure.
He says to you, well, there is a cave that is supposedly full of some wonderful beasts that we would like to have slain so that we could then go into said cave and mine out the minerals that are there.
No. All right, bye. That's not delicious at all. Wait, hold on. Are the minerals that you were mining something that we can eat?
No, why would you eat minerals? I'm very confused.
There's a lot
They're
of
there to
places
help us
we
make
eat
our
minerals.
weapons and make our machines that we're trying to build.
All the people in the plane of Earth would be very disappointed to hear how you dismissed the delicacy that is minerals. But I feel like me and my team are going to get some rum and liquor. It sounds interesting.
Okay. Sorry, it wasn't okay.
Never mind, guys. They're just random rock people. They don't like rock people food.
Oh yeah,
I don't
I
like
hate
that.
rock people. I like bone people better.
boring. Boo.
All right. Well, we also like bone people. And you know what? Actually, Valathrin, I haven't met many bone people. You're the only bone person I know in all of the multiverse.
Well, that's why I get to be on this show because I'm unique.
That's very true.
And then as Dodger's having his first like realization that he's never met a bone person before, we will cut to commercial as he ponders what it means to know a bone person and realizing he hasn't met one before. As the team leaves the castle and heads towards the coastline. So with that, we will have our first break. I would say like what, 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's take a tenner.
Take a tenner.
And because I just started eating my salad, I'm glad you're
Perfect timing.
perfect timing. Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break. I'll roll the BRB screen, and then we will we'll convene
And get
back
your friends
here.
and bring them over here. And let
Yeah.
them watch the stream as well.
On the break, if you know anyone who likes D&D or I don't know shenanigans, because that's all this is.
There's a lot of shenanigans.
Lot of
There's been a lot of
shenanigans.
shenanigans.
This is shenanigans.
Send them my way. Alrighty, we will
See you in a little
be back.
TNT.
We are back. We are back. Welcome
Hello.
back, everybody, from the break. Shrill, thank you so much for 5,000 bits. You're way too generous, and I love you, and thank you for being here. I also want to say a big thank you to all the first-time chatters, all the new people that have been popping in and saying what's up. It's so good to see you. So good to have you here, and I hope y'all are enjoying this as much as we are. We are having too much fun. And never. And then I'm gonna pass it over to Kyle because you got some stuff to say, right? Like Brady Bunch things.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and for everybody who's watched thus far. And buckle up for the rest of the shenanigans that are gonna happen in the town of Bittersburg with this motley crew, the D4. But yeah, we're this is to celebrate our game Innkeeper. Leander and I were Diecaster Games, and this D&D role play here is happening in the setting of the board game Innkeeper. So all the characters that we're interacting with, that aside from our three characters, are characters you're seeing within the game. So they're all there in the game. So you're going to see all of those characters when you play the board game Innkeeper. And right now you can get Innkeeper for 20% off with code WITCH20 at diecastergames.biz. It's pinned in the chat, so you can check it out there. That code is only good through today. It's for this stream right now. So if you haven't got your hands on Innkeeper yet, you can get it 20% off today. So check it out.
Yeah. Do it.
Yep.
It's a lot of fun. Oh, I have my copy too. We're all sharing our copies.
And then you too can take a copy and slide it back and forth, but by your camera. Currently,
right.
you can't do that, but soon.
You wish you could.
Mhm.
And
You
you
wish you
can
could.
with code WITCH20 for 20% off your order.
Woohoo!
Uh-oh.
All right. Well, then we will
Is Matt
come back
muted?
to the stream.
Nerdy, are you muted?
yeah.
You're muted in...
I am muted.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was gonna say they don't tell you about this, but if you buy this game, there's what we talked about earlier on the stream. There's a list of every single person who has died and why.
No.
Right?
A list of
Wrong.
dead people not included.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's on a secret. It's a secret box. You'll get it if you buy it. You don't know what it's gonna have.
Wrong. That is misleading. What did they call the misleading marketing? That's false advertisement. False advertisement.
Yes.
All I'm saying is that you don't know if it's in there until you buy it.
Yeah, could be, could not be. We'll see.
Schrodinger's board game. You don't know until you open it up.
You don't
That's
know until
right.
you open the box.
Oh my gosh.
What's in the box?
Alright.
Okay.
What's in the box? Okay, so then we're going back into the town of Bittersburg. And what we find is that during commercial break, our adventurers have already solved the problem and has come back with crates of rum and liquor.
We did.
And what you see
Fade to black.
as
Came back from
as,
commercial.
yes, fade to black, memory back, past story has all happened. There's flashes of steel and metal and magic. Everything's happening. There's salt water flying everywhere. And you all come back into the room with your crew, both with your cameras and also with these crates of rum and liquor. And you all look pretty beat up. You don't look good. I don't know what the viewers don't know what happened out there, but all of you are at half of your current life. So if you can go ahead and please half your lives
Half
for
of
me.
current,
would
because
really
I still
appreciate
didn't
that.
heal from the bar fight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That's right.
all right.
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
Half of your
You guys
current.
even believe how epic that battle?
Oh, it was
at
epic.
the
Yes,
coast
you
was? I
do
mean,
you all want to say like how epic it
That-
was to
that
to
might
go
have
fight the
been
fire?
the craziest
I
thing
feel
we've
like-
ever done.
I'm
When
rounding
that
up
kraken
again.
came out of the water with the
Uh-oh.
rum and liquor in its mouth, I had no
Yeah.
idea what was happening.
I didn't think the Kraken was going to be so eloquent in her speech. That's what.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when we had the spelling bee to see who got the rum and liquor, I was just, it was crazy.
It was crazy. It was crazy. I didn't see why we had to annihilate half of that island town, but yes,
Well, don't
but
worry.
they did spell it wrong. They did spell it wrong. So that was the rules of the game, but still, it seems a little much.
It's fair. Arrow, what do you remember from that epic adventure?
I remember looking more handsome than I've ever looked in my life, like Fabio on the cover of a romance novel, like with the
Mhm.
ocean in the
Yes, yeah, I
background and the
remember
hair.
that.
All I remember from that entire encounter is how I've never looked better than on the beach. So I've got some things to consider, I think,
Nice.
about
Nice.
my my future and where it's gonna take me to the beach.
And so you all come back a little bloodied and bruised. Your clothing is a little bit tighter because of all the salt water that's gotten onto it. There's sand in your hair, but you have retrieved the rum liquor. And Queen Parker is now coming down to meet you all. And she's inspecting the crates to make sure everything's there. And she says, it looks like everything is in order. This is exactly what we were hoping for. You three are the heroes that I thought that you might be. This is exactly what I wanted. Thank you so much for your help. I'll have my attendant inform the king that you are all trustworthy heroes. And at that, she kind of waves her hand, and you see a attendant kind of walking over to where the king is and whispering into his ear. Is there anything that you need from me before I go? This is for the queen.
May we take one thing of rum liquor for our show? It's very important.
Sure. I suppose free advertising can't hurt.
Perfect.
Good. I lean over. Good call.
Good call. Yes, it's very nice, very smart.
So then you are handed a bottle of rum liquor. She exits, as well as this other person over here who is already gone anyway, so I don't know why you're there. I'll just do this. Pew, teleportation. All right, and then she will leave the room, and the king then beckons the three of you over in your bloodied and bruised states. And so you will now be moved up to here to speak to the king. The king then walks forward and says, it seems that you all are the actual heroes that we were looking for. We appreciate you helping the Queen Parker of Mamba to make sure that she then receives her rum liquor. I am now willing to divulge information. And at that, he looks at the three of you and says, okay, here's what's happening. You may have noticed, or maybe not yet, that we have a lot of innkeepers in this very small town. Well,
Your
a
Majesty,
yes,
you
yes.
will find that we notice very little.
Well, as long as you can get the job done, I guess I don't really care what you notice, as long as you're good at getting the missions done. So, there are a few rumblings within these inns lately. Now, it's pretty normal that a lot of our more popular inns I'm used to kind of hearing these stories of innkeepers backstabbing each other, giving people bad reviews, and making their attendants sick so that people aren't getting the service they want. And so we hear about this a lot. That's normal. That's an everyday occurrence here in Bittersburg. Not a big deal at all. Not even worth even investigating.
I won't.
But what I do need you to investigate, however, we've been getting reports from the people who have been staying at these inns that there have been loud screaming, roaring, shaking of the ground, and weird light energy kind of going throughout these inns.
All of that sounded pretty normal until you got to the last part.
Yeah, the last part. Yeah, the last part's really it's weird.
So, it would be very helpful if you would be willing to go and check on these innkeepers, find out exactly what the problems are, because we're beginning to lose clientele in the town, and certainly I can't keep my coffers filled if we continue to have loss of these customers coming into Bittersburg.
Yes. That makes sense.
So, while there are many, there are 4 in particular who have been saying that they're experiencing problems, per se. Those would be the two ganders, Fortune's Favor,
Yeah.
the Finery.
The finery.
Yes, yes. And what is the name of that last one? I mean, certainly I've never been there because I wouldn't go to a place like that. It's a brothel.
I remember. Oh yeah. Oh, I thought it was a shanty.
No.
Because I was like, oh, I remember the kid yelling at me. No, continue.
Yeah.
Oh,
I am
yeah.
incorrect. I am incorrect. Continue.
And the Siren's Song. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's it. I would never, of course, I would never be there myself. But it is a place that has also been experiencing some problems as well. So those are your 4 locations. Now, some of the other innkeepers you may meet them along the way. They tend to, if they see you going into an inn, they're going to probably want to do what they do best, which is make sure that you come to their inn instead. But please stay focused and only on those 4. That would be extremely helpful.
Well, it's gonna be hard to focus on all 4 when you mentioned Siren Song. I remember walking past that place and that we're going. We're going. Siren
Is there
Song.
something particularly interestingly delicious over there?
Oh, delicious
you're
is
saying, right?
absolutely the word I would use for it. Yes. Tasty,
Well,
tasty.
that sounds wonderful. That sounds amazing. I would always like to have something new that is delicious. Let's go there then.
So you all are choosing to start at the Siren Song.
I mean, I chose to start at the Siren Song, but the group can decide otherwise.
It seems like that's where we're going.
All right.
That's where we're going.
I see no fight against it. Okay. So
I was
at
told
this
that there's
point,
something delicious there.
Yeah, I raised a very
Something-
good argument.
it wasn't much of one. It's like somewhere. Okay, yes, let's go somewhere.
Yeah, sure.
So again, your options are going to be, in case you didn't have a chance to write down, the Crown Jewel, you have the Siren Song, you have the Finery, and then you have the 2 Ganders. Those are your 4 locations.
Perfect.
So with that, you all leave town and you're heading to the I gotta remember the Siren Song. Yes. As you're going through town, it's starting at this point. You're around midday, so you all got here the first thing in the morning. Had a very, very hearty breakfast. Fought off some pirates and krakens, and now it is afternoon. Just a basic day for the 3 of you.
Normal day.
And now you're starting to get a little tired, not completely yet, but you're getting a little tired. And you head towards the Siren Song. Now, as you approach the Siren Song, you do see 2 people outside, a kind of tall, kind of half-elf individual with caramel skin who has long black hair and is kind of scantily clad with some, just basic robes and linen. And then you see a gentleman next to her, a kind of like portly looking man with, bearded chest that's clearly exposed. And while portly also has, you can sense that he's very, very well built underneath that, and is also kind of attracting customers in his short shorts as he's trying to get folks to come into to the Siren Song.
My guy, I gotta get me some of those shorts. Yeah.
They look at you and they see the 3 of you approaching and say, and they both come up to you immediately and say, and to all 3 of you and say, oh, well, are you here to have a good time and to stay at the wonderful Siren Song?
We are here to have a good time. My friend Arrow says there's something delicious in here, and as always, we aim for delicious.
Well, fantastic. Oh, there's plenty of delicious things in here. We have food, we have cake, lots of cake, and plenty of entertainment for you to feel fulfilled tonight.
I love fulfilling cake.
The guy comes
yes.
over in his booty shorts and comes over to Dodger and is like, well, then I think we'll have plenty of fun tonight.
I'm
And
excited.
bring you into the siren song. Now, it's early enough that people aren't really, there's not a lot of people in here at all, actually. It's almost too early. Most of the fun stuff that happens at the siren song doesn't happen until much later.
You'd have to be like
But
really weird to be at the siren song this early in the day. You know what I mean?
yeah,
You know the type of person. If you're at the siren
Yup.
song before
It's
2
the
p.m.
lunch special. The lunch run special was crazy.
the siren song. That's right. There's always hamburgers and fries. There's always that
That's
available.
nuts. Oh no.
So then you all kind of look at each other and say, okay, well, this is what we're here for. And you enter into the siren song. Um, as you go into the siren song, they kind of take you down to this side area and say, well, if you're going to be here, then the first thing you must do, of course, is to meet the madam. The madam will ensure that you have the best time of your lives. If you just give her the appropriate information, she will make sure that you are set up to be well taken care of tonight. And so they begin to bring you down, and I'm going to now transition us over to the siren song, where we will meet the madam.
Is there like one second. Is there a kitchen area that Dodger can walk off to and examine?
Yes.
Being
Yes.
pulled away.
Yes, you begin to smell some delicious food, and you take part of your camera crew as you see Balthrin and Arrow kind of going down the stairs. You pull back, and you decide to take some of the crew and go straight to the kitchen.
That makes sense. I feel like I will, as an ancient descendant once said to Dodger, he always follows his nose.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
So
Follow
he's
your nose.
He's gonna follow his nose to wherever the food is, and it shall return soon.
Perfect.
Excellent. I just want to remind
All
you
right.
that as long as you have the Video Ninja tab open, your camera will be on. So,
Yes, that's
Yes.
right.
Aha.
yes. Okay.
Video Ninja off.
Yes. Excellent.
There you go.
Nerdy has to. I'm
All
telling chat real quick. Nerdy actually has to bounce out for a second IRL. So
Mm-hmm.
we're
We'll be back.
yes. He will.
So
He
the
will.
two of you go down the stairs. You're used to Dodger going off and doing like little side B-roll stuff, but you two, you're focused on the main quest. And so you all go down to the basement, and you see a lovely elven woman with red hair, red gown, sitting on the bar, waiting for you all to enter. She kind of crosses her legs and says, "Well, welcome. What can I do for you?"
Arrow has suddenly forgotten why he is here.
Balthrin?
Mission?
Somehow I feel jealous in this moment. And I just kind of put my hands on what's left of my bony hips, and I'm just like, well, we're on official
Are you trying to mimic her
business,
move? Are you trying to
ma'am.
mimic her move? Because she also has her hand on her hips. Are you also
You're
trying to
you're
mimic
also
her?
like you take a seat on another table and start like also posing.
Exactly. I just lay flat across the table.
And Arrow is just like, well, now what do I do? Ugh,
Yes, how can I help you?
who? We and then Arrow like snaps out of it. Mission. We're on a mission. Is there? We've been told that there is something going on.
Going on, and this is just a regular establishment like any other.
Is
Can
it-
I do a insight check on her?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Let's see.
14.
14.
Yeah, no, there's a lot more going on than just serving food and getting people into beds to rest.
Oh, I have divine scent, or what is it? I have some sort of like scent, but you know. Let me start over.
Mhm.
I forget what it's called. Is it a channel divinity? Divine sense? Yeah, it is divine sense. The presence of strong
Mhm.
evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor, and powerful good rings like heavenly music in
Yeah.
your ears. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces.
Yes.
Yeah. So do I?
So
Can I do that to
you
detect
divine sense for
evil?
energies. Mm-hmm.
I,
When you do that, you don't feel anything. Roll a d20 for me. I want to see what might happen.
okay. Oops. I can do stuff. I got a 9.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You don't feel anything at all.
Okay. Yep. Seems pretty normal to me.
Any other questions about our completely normal establishment where we just
like
serve food
I
and
get up from posing on the table and I like throw a cup and I was like, the king sent us here because he says there's stuff happening in your inn. You tell us the truth.
you can't handle the truth? She says to you. No. She says to you. Oh, the king. And she like tries to straighten herself up and looks presentable. But she can't. She just is who she is. And she says, well, yes, you're talking about the problem that a few of us have been having.
Isn't that what
Well,
I said?
You said it like such a man.
Oh, okay. All right.
She-
You got me.
she says, well, okay, fine. Well, it happens, I don't know, near around midnight. Now, and I've been talking to a few other folks, and they've been experiencing something similar. For some reason, there's been rumbling and shaking, and now trust me, in this establishment, that's totally normal. But we've also seen a lot of magical energy. It runs red. Now, don't. Now, I know I'm redheaded and I have a red dress on. It has nothing to do with that. It's magical energy running throughout the walls and on the floors and on the ceilings, and it only happens at midnight. There's a lot of yelling and a lot of commotion. It seems to be coming from even further down below than where we are right now. I mean, there is an entrance down there. We've gone down there every morning, checked it out throughout the day, and there is nothing down there at all. I don't understand why this could be happening. But you all are here, of course, to fix this, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we will need to be paid.
Well, I mean, and she kind of like starts like putting her finger on her chest. What type of payment? I mean, I'm just a simple innkeeper. What could I possibly offer you?
Well, Josh said, well, it is a bit chilly in here. Can I wrap your legs around my face like a scarf? Oh, dear Lord.
Well,
I don't get what she's doing at all. So I'm just like, I don't understand. What?
Arrow once again forgot why we're here.
Listen, here's what I will do. You will have free room and board here tonight as you solve our mystery. And I will make sure that I will have one of the finest attendants come up and give you all massages to make sure that you're fully taken care of and rested before you go to bed tonight.
Bone massages?
Yes. I will have Hilda come up to you and make sure to grind your bones and that it feels perfectly well rested and relaxed before the morning.
Oh, this is the third time that this has come up in the last like 2 days of like what do strippers and giants have in common? They grind men's bones to make their bread.
Nice.
Yeah, a little bone massage. Probably way better than what I could ever give you, Valthrin.
All right. Well,
I'm an amateur at best.
Midnight. That's when it happens. It always happens at midnight.
Around that time, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well.
I guess we have to stay up.
Yeah,
late.
what do we do in the meantime?
I mean, you have about 8 hours until then, so if you needed to rest into your rooms, you could.
I mean, I am hurting.
Recover our health and
I
spell
was gonna
slots.
say,
Perhaps.
yeah, I meant,
Well, and certainly a nice massage will help you to recover those hit points.
hey, yo. Yeah,
So,
if you
do
say
you
so.
accept these terms?
I mean, I look at Valthor and I kind of like give him the little like nudge up. I'm like, that's pretty good. Who needs money when you've got free stuff? Is like, you know, it's like we got the money, but then we didn't have to spend it. You know what I mean? Girl math, arrow
Yes.
math.
We accept as long as you sign all these release forms for our TV show, Dungeons, Drive-ins, Dimensions, and Dives. Our camera crew is around here somewhere.
To say, did we leave one camera down here with us? And then it's like, what?
Yeah.
What do we do with the cameras during the massage time? Are we?
Part of
Oh,
me in
they're
my
on.
head thinks that no one can see these camera people except for the three of you. And so that's why everyone's like just going along with the bit. Like, yeah, okay, sure. Television, cameras. Like, no one can see them except for the three of you.
That's
So it's like,
yeah.
that's why it doesn't seem like off putting, because in a world where there's no technology, that would be very weird for them.
Right. People would
Okay.
be freaking out, panicking.
They're
Yes.
interdimensional cameras. Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Alright.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they exist. They're just off the plane by just a little bit, so no one can actually see them except for the three of you.
That's so funny. I love that. Troy and Abed in the morning. Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so she like signs the same way that everyone else signs. It's just kind of like they don't do signatures, so they just kind of like scribble over a piece of paper, which seems like what you all want, and says to you, "Okay, well then I will send you to the room, to your rooms. Do you all prefer a couple suite or individuals?"
Oh, Valthan, we've talked about this. I'm as comfortable with you are with whatever we want to do. You just let me know where your boundaries are, and
All right.
oh shoot.
We will. Why don't we have separate rooms so that you can have an experience tonight?
Oh, that's so kind of you. You know me and how much I love my experiences.
That's right. I mean,
do
I'm
love-
assuming everyone here knows who you are, so there's gonna be like a fight outside your room. I don't want to get in the way of that, you know?
Real. You're such a good friend with benefits. Thank you.
The best kind.
The people who are just now tuning in are very confused.
Yeah. I love it. Okay, so then at this, the madam will look at the two of you expectantly and putting her hand out.
What- I give her a high five. Because she said free.
She
A
says,
tip?
only if you want. I certainly wouldn't want to pressure you, but
Well,
certainly I'd be more than happy to take a tip. Thank you.
You'd have to come up to my room later if you want the tip.
Well, maybe I shall.
Oh, I'm gonna give her
In
the
the
tip.
meantime,
Right?
a gold tip would be, or a gold coin, I'm sorry, would be appropriate.
Do I? I'm like feeling my pockets. Valthrin.
I
Valthrin,
think.
do you have any gold?
Let me
Do
see.
I have gold? I don't know.
I think I might have some gold.
Valthrin is actually in charge of all of my gold because I can't spend it responsibly.
That tracks.
Because if you let me have my gold, I'm throwing it at people like her.
I believe I have some amount of gold. I'm gonna empty my pockets, Leander. I'm just gonna give her a bunch of money. I'm gonna give her like 3 gold.
Oh well, this is appropriate. And you only need 2 rooms. Is that correct?
We need 3. We have our friend Dodger.
Yeah,
He's here.
he's in your kitchen
Filming.
actually.
Oh, in my kitchen. There's nothing important in there, but I mean, sure. I guess if that's his kink. Okay, so I will get.
It is
3
actually,
rooms
yeah.
available.
It is very
It
much
is
so.
indeed his kink. Yeah.
Mhm.
Hey, we don't kink shame. I know you're kink asking why, but we're
Well, then I will have the 3 rooms available for each of you. Thank you for the tip, and you, Arrow. Perhaps I'll see you later.
I give her the smolder. I imagine Arrow's also constantly just mewing, just constantly like, I can't raise my eyebrow, but just like, you know, the meme face. Yeah.
So the three of you now will go to your rooms. At some point before you go to bed, Valthrin, you hear a knock on the door. Well, you definitely hear a knock on the door. It's pretty heavy, a knock. They don't wait for you to answer. They just walk in. And it's a half giant, blonde haired individual. And they say to you, I am here to give you bone rub.
Ah, you got
I
the,
just immediately
you got the good
like
one.
disrobe as fast as possible.
And we cut scene to that
Fade to black for the bone rub.
for
Excellent.
the young adults who might be in the room.
Hopefully not. 18 plus stream. We're yeah.
That's true. That's
yeah.
true. Valthrin or Arrow, in your room, you hear a knock on the door, and it's just kind of a courtesy knock more than anything else. And then you see these three beautiful individuals walk into your room. It's the two that were out front, and
Ooh, with the guy with the shorts? Hell yeah.
Yep. And then you also see the madam walk in with the two of them.
I'm already like on the bed. Like I've been waiting. Like the second I got into the room, I got into the bed. It's like stripped down, put the blanket over my like important bits, and I've been laying in the bed like this the entire time, just waiting for them to show up. Yeah. Every once in a while, just like fixing myself, making sure I'm still, you know, good.
I love it. I love it.
Sage says things I didn't realize I need to ban from my home game, crosses out bone rub. So good.
At that point, the two that you saw up front will
Josh.
come over to you and then begin to kind of give you a back rub, and then the
We
madam.
don't need all the
just-
details.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. We're not going that far.
Josh is, unfortunately.
And then the madam kind of like over in the corner doesn't really get involved in it and just kind of directs them and tells them what to do.
Incredible.
She enjoys just kind of telling people what to do, and so that's what she's doing. So 8 hours have passed. Y'all are very relaxed. This is the best sleep you've had in a very long time. You wake up fully healed from any potential problems that you may be having, and you are now awake, and it is around 11 p.m.
Perfect. Can I upload this to YouTube? I feel like it's gotten sorry. Yes. I'm awake. It's 11 p.m.
Yes, I'm gonna head down to like the source of the, the commotion.
Okay.
And
You're going
see
by
if I
yourself?
Well, I mean, if Arrow's not out in the hallway at around this time, then yes.
Am I still recovering?
Yeah.
No, I figured we'd have a kind of like a time to meet up and get down there together.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
As you all head down to where you are currently, what the screen's showing, you do see as if Dodger has never left the kitchen, that they're still in there filming more footage for the show. Like, just, he doesn't stop. And you just know not to interrupt him during this process. And so you're like, you know what?
Like peek in the kitchen, and I'm just like, we're going down there, and he says something like, "Crack it, we're shooting stuff."
That's right. Telling the whole story, kind of giving the whole background of what happened on the coastline. So you all head down, and you see the door is that leads even further down is slightly ajar. You are beginning to feel some slight rumbling underneath you as you begin to head down into the further reaches of this basement. There, in this particular space, there isn't any light once you open that door. Do you all have the ability to do torches or do anything else?
I think I have. Yeah, I have something on me, I believe.
I can make fire.
You
we
sure
saw.
can. Sorry. Hi, Toki. Cause yeah, like I have like an explorer's pack, which I'm assuming it has like a
Mhm.
tinderbox and whatnot.
Torch and stuff.
Yeah. So
So then you pull out your torch, you light it, and so then we'll say that you're heading in first, and you're going down the kind of like these really rickety old wooden stairs that you almost have to like catch yourself. So if you could, since you're going down first, do an acrobatics check because one of the steps does kind of give way.
okay, I'm gonna try, but my cat's gonna bite me while I do it. Maybe. Okay. Acrobatics, you said?
Yes.
Okay, I can do that. I got a 10.
Okay. So it's a pretty easy check. You have to get lower than that for it to miss. So you begin to see one of the steps kind of giving way, and you kind of like just hop over it really quickly. Do you tell Volthrin about that since he can't see as well as you can, especially with the lacking of eyes?
Honestly, I forget that that's a thing that I need to do. Like if I notice the steps,
Mhm.
like, oh shit, that step's kind of messed up, and I step
Yes.
over it, and I'm just not even thinking about.
So Volthrin, you will now roll acrobatic check as well.
How much does a skeleton weigh, though? You know what I mean? Like, how much is just the bones?
Just the bones.
I might actually Google it. Hold on.
You're about to find out. And so you got a 3, is that right?
Yeah.
Sorry about
All right. So you watch some kind of motion that Arrow does, where it seems like he's got like the light just goes up and down, and then it kind of keeps going. You don't notice that the step has already given way, and you step and trip into it. You fumble completely forward, falling into Arrow. Arrow getting hit in the back where your name tag is. Both of you are now tumbling down the stairs, making a lot of noise. You get to the bottom and your light has snuffed out. You are now in a dark hallway with no light.
Oh, good.
And both of you are on top of each other from tumbling together.
This is familiar.
Reminds me of that night you brought up. I know you already had one bone rub tonight, but
Yeah, I'm very tired. Okay, I have a tinderbox too. So can I light that to give us more light?
Yes, you can also kind of like get yourself together, pull out your torch, and put the light and light it up as well.
Okay.
oh, the answer I got
Yeah.
is how much does an adult skeleton weigh? The average adult skeleton weighs around 20 to 25 pounds.
Oh wow, yeah.
I think
Interesting.
is what
Light
my
feather.
very baseline
you
Google
are.
search.
So then as you are getting up, you're in this hallway and it seems to go down for quite a bit. You're not seeing any doors on either side. There's maybe like 10 feet from one wall to the next. So both of you could kind of either stand next to each other or stand behind each other and kind of walk through this hallway. As you're walking through, you're beginning now to see these spiral red energy coming from down the hallway that shoot past you and kind of continue to spiral along the wall and kind of up into the inn.
Interesting.
I would like to do like an Arcana check to. I'm pretty much the greatest sorcerer who's ever lived. I mean, I've shown that already as we've seen. This
Oh
session.
yes, we saw.
So I would like to suss out what this is with a 13.
Okay. You do know that this is magical energy, clearly. You also think that it is kind of a energy that seems to, as you kind of get closer to it, it almost is hot to the touch. And so you're thinking that this is some sort of like fire-based energy. You haven't seen anything like this except for, we'll do one more Arcana check for me.
Okay. 19.
Nice. Yep. As you're examining this, you do remember in one of the books that you barely kind of skimmed through, but you do remember that there are kind of other planes that provide energy that you can tap into a lot of times for magic. and this one appears to be kind of energy coming from a different plane, kind of spiraling through this space. And so you think probably this might be like from the fire plane, and that's where this energy is coming from.
Okay, all right. Interesting. So I will explain that to Arrow. I will say red magic is from fire plane, comes from different plane.
I'm so glad you explained it to me that way because I was so ready to just be like, Arrow has no idea what you're talking about, but that was very good. Thank you. Arrow
It's like
actually
how we
understood that very
steal-
well.
It's like how we steal our PAs from the PA plane.
Yes, of course.
So what do y'all do now? Do you continue? Do you examine more?
Say,
What
should
do
we
you think
follow
you're doing?
it deeper? Because it's coming from down the hallway, yeah?
Let's do it. Let's
I feel
investigate
drawn
further.
to go push a little deeper
What's
in
the
and
worst
see.
that can happen?
Yeah, what's
We
the
get
word? What, we
burned?
die? Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the worst that could happen? So you all continue down kind of this hallway, looking for where the source of this might be coming from. And as you go further down, you do see a hallway. I'm sorry, you do see a door at the end. And this door is closed, but behind it, you do see kind of like flickering light behind it. So you imagine that either someone is behind that door or maybe it's more magical light that's causing this, but you're not quite sure. But the door is currently closed.
Arrow goes, oh, yes, a door, and I knock on it.
When you knock on the door, you hear like a quick shuffling of feet, and it appears as though people are kind of like trying to muffle their voices and muffle their noises and like kind of like hide.
Okay, I'd like to try to open the door when I hear that.
The door is locked.
Excellent. I'm big man.
Break it down.
I'm big man. I'm gonna try to bust that thing down.
Do what you do.
Does that door not know who you are?
This door does not know who I am. There's not a single door that has not opened for me. Would that be a strength check or
Yes.
I'm strong. 21.
All right. Nice. So yeah, Arrow, you how do you want to break this door down? What do you use, a weapon? Do you use your feet?
Oh,
do you use
a
punch
kick.
it? What do you want to do?
A kick. One of those badass, just, bah, like kick it right open. And then when I
Awesome.
kick through it, my foot lands, and again, I'm imagining that golden light and
Yes, that will definitely be there in post.
in post.
When you bust into the door, the door down, what you see, here we go,
Oh boy,
is this scene.
what is this graphics performance? Unsupported system or browser? What
Oh,
is
it does that sometimes. I've done that before. It happens to
Silly.
me too. I don't know what that's about,
Silly.
but
That might be why it's so. All right. Zoom out a little.
and in this room, what you're seeing are four things. You see these two here, which appear to be some sort of snake people. One of them looks fully like a snake, but with hands. This other one looks like almost humanoid, but with scales all over their body. And in the back, you see someone who has like humanoid legs, but snake upper body. And then in the very back, you see a woman, dark skin, curly hair, that is clearly tied up and gagged and basically seems to be their prisoner. Around her, you're seeing like red, kind of like a red sphere that you think maybe she actually has up around her. And it seems like this one over here was trying to like break through that red barrier, but hasn't been able to do it. So, but you do see that she is bound up and seems to be a prisoner.
A female presenting person in danger. Arrow's ready to fight.
Nice.
Actually, Arrow
and-
does not discriminate.
And as you do walk in, this person in the far back does use this little ballista thing here. And as soon as you walk in, we'll shoot at Arrow, and then we will begin our combat because they are not playing around. Immediately, they're here to attack.
Excellent.
So I'm gonna roll to see if that ballista hits you, and then we'll get you into initiative orders.
Cool.
Oh, that's going to be an 8.
18 to hit, so no.
All right. So the ballista is aimed right at you, shoots at you, and then you kind of just turn slightly to the left,
Yeah.
and the arrow just grazes your shirt, but also rips it open slightly as it goes across your chest and hits into the wall.
Yes. I love becoming just like fractionally more attractive as the fight goes on.
That's right. That's right. Let me clear the list, and let's go ahead and get you all into battle order.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh. So usually we have a whole thing at our table about why this whole race has chest lumps and how Snoke is unacceptable. Snoke being snake milk. We did specify in the beginning of stream that Dodger wanted mammal milk.
That's true.
That's true.
That's probably where he is right now. He's looking for it.
Can't find a lick of mammal milk in this town.
Yeah.
It's all dragon.
Yeah.
It's all dragon butter and Snoke.
That's great.
That's where they store the eggs. Each one of the Sneeple. Sneeple's so good. Yeah, they've got
Wrong way.
egg storage. To be fair, only this one has snitties. The other two are more streamlined.
It's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so Arrow, you were almost pierced by an arrow, but now it is your turn. You are first up to act.
No arrows for Arrow. I actually, what's the range on I might have to move a little bit, but because I forget how D&D works. You have movement, you can move, and
You have movement, and and then you can move and attack, and then move again if you need to. If you still have,
if you have
enough
movement left over. Okay. Yeah. Because I do have a hand axe that I can throw.
Ooh.
Range 20 to 60 feet. I might dash in a little bit. I'm not gonna dash, but because that costs an
Right.
action. What is my movement? 30, probably 30. Yes. I always forget how movement works.
Every square is 5 feet.
Yeah. So if I move like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 30 is like here-ish, because like the diagonals count, or yeah. And I'm gonna toss an axe at this guy. I'm gonna throw it.
Oh no, so the diagonals don't count. No, so
Okay.
you'd have to go up, left, up, left,
Up, left,
to
up,
get
left.
to
Okay,
it.
perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I can make it here, I think. Wait, one more, I think.
Yep, you can go one more.
Yeah, there. Yeah. So I can still throw an axe, which is what I'm gonna do anyway. But yeah, I am
Nice.
going to throw an axe at his head. As a 17 hit.
Ooh. Who are you trying to hit?
The guy next to the guy who shot the arrow at me. The guy in the back.
Yes. That does hit, indeed.
Ooh, excellent. Roll some damage. 8 slashing damage. Oh, and
Nice.
because I'm a guy that can do, I was like, how many hand axes do I have? That's the question.
That's
I think-
a good question.
I think I have 2. So I can technically throw a second one
Ooh.
if you'll allow it, because at level 5 I can attack twice. So I'm gonna
Multi-attack, yep.
throw a second axe at this one here.
Okay.
The other snake-looking one. For 25.
That also hits. So 25, yeah.
All right, and damage on that one is 6.
Right.
Excellent. Throwing it, but now I'm out of hand axes. So if I say I want to use a hand axe again, just be like, you can't do that.
I can say that, yes. Unless you
I
somehow
will
recover
remember.
them.
I will go recover. If I recover them, I will say that I'm doing so. But
Okay. Yeah, they both kind of like hiss back at you after you throw those axes at those two in particular, and they're not looking too happy about it. The next one up is the one in the back, the one with the arrow. So he will attempt again to shoot you, but with his bow and arrow, not with the contraption. It's gonna be a 15 to hit.
That
which
does
will miss.
not. Yes.
All right. So then it is this next one's turn. He will come up to you, and he is going to attack. And where is my? Oh, here they are. I'm like, where are they? Here we go. The good stuff. This is the full snake one. Yep. Here we go. It will do first. It's going to try and wrap its body around you to constrict you.
Ayo.
You will need to do.
Again.
Let me see if I can hit you. 1 second.
right.
I'll do first. Ooh, okay. Well, that's gonna be a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay.
Wrap me up.
That's going to
Snatty.
automatically. Snake Daddy.
Snatty.
Let me see. Roll these two here.
Oh, why is my screen not? Hold on. Do you guys not have the screen anymore? What happened? Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Nobody told me that the thing went away. Why is this not working? Hello?
Yeah, I just see the background.
Yeah, me
right
too. And I don't know why. It was there.
now. It was just there. Yeah.
I wonder.
Did I
I'm
somehow
gonna try.
move you on?
No, because it should just be my it should just be my I might have to just do a display capture then, that's fine.
Sure.
Really quick because I don't know why we lost it. That's so weird. I'm prepared for everything.
Yeah,
There
we'll get it.
is. It's back. No worries. We didn't it's like it was never gone.
It was never gone.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so this one wraps you up and has you constricted, first doing 6 damage as they constrict you, and then you will have to try and break yourself out of that constriction.
Okay.
Then it will attempt to bite you as well. So that's going to be 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Ooh, all right. It's going to be 6 piercing damage,
Ouch.
and then 4 poison damage.
Okay. So 16 total.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He's not playing
I'm
around.
taking it.
Then he is done, very satisfied, and then it's her turn. She is going to move over to here. Wait, let me see. 5, 10, 15. Ooh, she can't go too far, and she doesn't want to get too close. All right, so then I guess she's going to go after Arrow as well. So she is going to do a spell on you.
Uh-oh. I am in danger.
She's going to cast Suggestion on you. So if you could do a will save for me.
Okay. Where's
So
my...
I, being the greatest wizard of all time, will cast Counter Spell.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Nice.
Stop her from casting.
So she's outstretching her fingers towards you, Arrow, and starts to kind of like twist it to try and get you to do something. And then, Baltham, what does your kind of like dispel or counter look like?
Well, so it's actually quite impressive because really I didn't even know I was doing it, but since it's a reaction, it doesn't fit into my random table. It just kind of did it itself. Like I'm flipping through my like spell book and I'm like, okay, what am I gonna do? And then it's just like, and it just like shoots out and stops the spell from happening.
Nice. So then, yeah, you're flipping through your book. It jumps out and cancels the spell, and she just kind of like looks at her fingers, like, what the hell just happened? But she was not able to cast her spell. And now, Valthrin, you are up.
All right. All right. So now we'll see what we're gonna do. All right. Yeah. Here we go. 5. Let's see that.
wait.
Fire bolt again. Okay.
Nice.
All right. So I will fire bolt.
I'm
I
so
will try to
glad.
fire bolt the one constricting arrow.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna try to throw one in there. Let's see. 16.
16. Hold on. Let me triple check. That hits.
Let's go.
All right, beautiful. Damage. 10.
Let's go.
Ooh. All right. Yes, so you do 10 damage to this one who has also already been hit by a hand axe. That was hit to them as well. So then he actually begins to loosen its grip. It's not letting you go completely, Arrow, but when you do try to get out of its grasp, you'll be able to do it with advantage.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. And now we are back up to Arrow.
So I'm gonna try to get out of its grasp with advantage. That's what I'm gonna
Got
do.
it.
Get out of that grasp.
Dodger's back. We got Dodger back. All right. What am I rolling?
You're going to be going for a strength check.
Strength. Okay, so I'm just gonna hit it. I'm just gonna hit it twice
Escape
and
DC.
take the higher. 15.
All right. Yeah, you power through it and you are able to knock this snake body off of you, and you are ready to attack.
Excellent. So yeah, I'm gonna hit him. Because I don't have.
If you have two actions, that would be like one of your actions, because you do. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Wait, I cut you off. I'm sorry. Because I can do 2 attacks, not necessarily like an extra action. So.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So like
Yes.
I wouldn't have movement this round, like the movement. Or.
Correct.
Right. I don't know how D&D works. I should.
We're gonna just say you broke out and now you can attack.
Okay.
We'll just say that. I'll make it
Perfect.
nice and simple.
I'll also just attack once because all I have is my halberd and he's within swinging distance and I'm not going to move. 18 to hit.
That hits.
And slicey dicey 13 slashing damage.
Yeah. So you break out of the break out of the coils that were around you from the snake body. You land. You pull out your halberd and you swing it around and you lop its head off.
Let's go.
And it is now dead.
I'm a murderer.
I mean, they shot us first, so it's fine.
He did start it. I know I busted the door down, but he did start it. We'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in
Fix
post.
it both. No one's really dead. Everyone's just being fixed.
Yeah, no one ever dies.
The manager can just run it back.
Yeah, fix it.
TiVo.
Well, y'all haven't seen the manager in a very long time.
No.
So you don't know.
We
where she
haven't.
is.
Did my ghost ever drag them back?
I was going to
where
say, we sent
were?
the ghost bar.
You said the ghost to bring her to the castle.
Oh yeah, then we left that place.
We still
We're
have-
not at the castle.
y'all left the castle.
She's never really having a good day.
The king was like,
She's always like a whole adventure behind
Oh
you
my
guys
God,
and trying to
yeah.
figure out.
that's so funny.
That's amazing.
All right, so then we have our. So are you done, Arrow? Then.
Yes, that's my turn. Yeah.
All right, so then we have Shooty Boy in the back. We'll also now try to shoot at Volthren, who clearly is a problem as well, and so we'll shoot. Actually, we'll come a little closer, not too much closer. Here we go. All right, and we'll shoot. Let's see. Oh, that's going to be a 14 to hit.
That is enough.
All right. It's just going to be 5 damage as the arrow kind of hits right into your left femur.
Okay.
Boy, it makes a boing sound. 'Cause it's
It's
bone.
like it's vibrating as the...
It is done, and this one's dead, so I'll take that one off.
Honestly,
So
it's
then-
really impressive to hit a skeleton with like an arrow from that far away.
That's true. That's a skilled archer there. This one will now come up to you, Arrow, and will attack you. Let's see, what do we? Actually, no, she'll stay back again, and she'll try a new spell. She will attempt to do poison spray on
Oh,
you.
God.
So
Wait.
what I'm gonna do a check here. Roll.
Oh, will you?
I might.
I will counter your spell again.
Nice.
But
So Arrow,
purely because I don't know how it works until I'm out of spell slots, so it just the book goes and it just does it again.
it just does it again. Yep.
Yeah.
Really, the book is the thing casting everything.
Yeah.
You're just kind of holding the book.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just
And I'm just like,
hanging
"God, stop it.
Blame everything
yeah,
on the
so
book.
Arrow,
Arrow,
what you
suddenly other monsters.
Arrow, what you see is she puts her palm up to you, directly towards you, and it begins to like open. Her skin kind of goes apart, and you see like a gap in her hand, and it looks like she's about to do something, and instead nothing happens at all. And she like just stares at her hand, like trying to figure out why this is happening, and she has no idea what's going on.
I also have no idea what's going on, so I'm just like, oh, performance issues.
Like,
Been
look over
there.
your shoulder and you see me in the back, like,
You're fine, just fighting the book.
yes.
I have no idea.
All right,
What's
Valtrin,
going on.
you are up.
All right, let me roll on the old bones chart.
That's so
Let's
funny.
see. 6.
Oh boy.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave.
Oh god.
Um,
Wave.
Oh, I'm gonna.
It emanates from you though, right?
It does, but I'll move up, and let's see what's the radius.
So,
gosh.
so I'm not
15.
directly in the way.
I mean, I don't think there's any way that you're not
gonna
gonna
in
be.
the way, I think.
You're
Well,
getting hit.
You know what? It's just the game, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's
there we
fine.
go. Where was I here?
Real homies, Thunderwave homies.
I will run up, and I will Thunder Wave. So it
Nice.
should hit these two guys. They have to make
Yeah,
a
yeah.
save of con save of 14.
All right.
Are we
The one
winning?
closest to you got a 10. The one
Making an
furthest away got a
undetermined amount of
13.
damage. Thunder Wave.
And then Arrow, what did you get?
Oh, for my... I had to do a con save. Let me do it real quick.
Well, I moved in
You
front,
moved in
so
front
I
of
didn't hit him.
me.
What?
Yeah.
That's not how it comes out from you, doesn't it?
Is it a cone? Is it a area? Like what?
I was pretty sure it comes out from you, like around. So yeah, because the whole point is like if you're surrounded by enemies, you'd be able to thunder wave
Oh,
them all away.
maybe.
I'm doing
yeah.
it. I'm rolling.
yeah.
I got a 4.
Okay.
I have plus. I think I technically crit failed that because I rolled a 1 and got plus 3.
If you fail, you take 2d8 thunder damage and get pushed away. Okay. So 2. So d8. 2. So 8 damage.
And then I push
And
back
then
also,
10 feet away if
10
you
feet.
get.
which
yeah.
is here.
Did either of the enemies take it?
Oh yeah,
Both of them, I
they
think.
both took it.
Nice.
Everyone's taking it.
How much? 8? 8.
8.
Okay.
Everyone's.
I don't do it.
What is happening over here? The bones from earlier.
Oh, you missed. the
You
bones,
missed a
all
lot,
right.
actually.
You missed a lot.
I'm gonna have
Oh
to.
no.
We are at the brothel.
Oh, you know what?
That's
We are at the brothel. I went off to get some delicious food. I'm
You
not
did.
one of you degenerates.
All right, that's me.
All right. As you are doing Thunderwave and like really pushing people back, you then see just the two of you see a bunch of camera crew rush into the room, looking to make sure they get all these shots. So they're like, oh my god, like you can tell they're like, oh my, I can't believe we missed most of this, and they're starting to put up the cameras. And gently sauntering in, like thinking about nothing, is Dodger, who just kind of walks into the room, having no idea what's going on, but just seems like, sure, I'll figure this out.
So I said to him, I said, absolutely not. I said, everlasting Gobstopper is so much better than sometimes lasting Gobstopper. And I think he took it to heart. Anyway, oh hey guys.
Now
Oh,
you-
hey, buddy.
Hey, nice of you to join us.
I kind of look back at the camera crew. I'm like, do I got to do the thunder wave again? Like, so did you get it?
Oh, you did a thunder wave?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, wow. That's really cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Either did I.
Oh.
And now,
Did
Dodger,
we
you
catch that?
put yourself in initiative because they are looking
I
at you
will.
and they're about to shoot some arrows.
You're shooting at me. Say hello.
You walk in having no idea that there's combat going on. Just like, what's up, guys? And now you're being shot at.
I'm just getting shot. I got 17.
Nice. All right, let me just sort this again. All right, cool. So I'm glad you're at the top. So actually, literally, it's your turn. You just walk.
I just walked
The
in.
attention all goes to you.
Yeah, and everyone looks at me like I'm supposed to do something. Well, how's everybody look? Are people looking hurt?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Valthren and Arrow, how would you describe yourselves in terms of hurtness?
Oh, I'm still above half health, so I'm a little beat up. Obviously, that arrow grazed my shoulder, so my shirt's kind of ripped open a little bit, and I maybe have like, you know, because I got the bite marks. I got the snake bite marks on me,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and then I was just squeezed a little bit, so like I'm not looking too bad.
Okay, so not too bad.
The pain's on the
I have
inside,
one
really.
singular arrow sticking out of a bone.
Doing.
Mm. So you guys look more or less okay.
Yeah.
And you do see a snake body kind of coiled on the ground with his head separated from it.
Oh snap! And then this person, and this person,
Yes.
and this person. What are they? Could you describe
Yep.
what they're holding and wearing?
You got it. So this one here looks like a humanoid with a bunch of scales all over their body, has a
Mhm.
dagger in their hand. Other than that, just kind of like light clothing. And then the one back
Mhm.
here seems to have like maybe like a leather vest on, has a bow and arrow. And all the way in the back, you will see kind of like this red energy sphere around this person, and the person looks like they are tied up and gagged, and as if they are being held prisoner.
Well, I don't like that. So what I think I'm going to do is I would like to cast the spell Catering. Now, what catering looks like to some people is mass healing word, where all of a sudden I go like, hold on, it's time for catering, and then a bunch of people come in with various foods and whatnot, and hands them to up to how many people? I think I can use mass healing word on like a couple people. Mass healing word. We have up to 6 creatures of my choice that I can see. And we will get 1d4 plus 4 ability for healing. So we roll a d4. And we will rock and roll. Did it do it?
Yeah, it did.
Yes.
7.
It did. Everybody gets 7. So
Oh.
me, Arrow, Valthrin, and then Lady and Bubble, if she's able to have health. If she has any health that was gone.
Yep.
And yeah, that's my bonus action. And in my action, I'm gonna just take the dodge action, which makes attacks against me at disadvantage.
Nice. Do you want to move?
No, I feel pretty good back here.
Mhm.
People are
Uh,
fighting
what-
and stuff.
Fair.
As you see your magical attendants go out and start to try and
Mhm.
heal people, the one in the back, the attendant gets there, and as it touches the red sphere, it just kind of dissipates and goes away.
The sphere or the
The
attendant?
person or the sphere?
Thus, the magical entity that was trying to heal it.
Oh, well, that's
As soon as it
unfortunate.
touches the
That's
sphere, it dissipates.
Oh, well, that's why we have insurance. Like, it looks like the union's not gonna like that now. I can tell you that right now. You're gonna get a call from the rep.
Nice.
And that's all I gotta do. Yeah, I'm done.
All right, Arrow, you're up.
All right. I would like to move up to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And if our benevolent Jomo will allow it, I would like to make kind of a path up through where I threw one of my axes and pick it up,
Mm-hmm.
and
Can do that.
then use it on her.
Nice. Yep, you can do so.
So I'm gonna move. I kind of was in my head thinking like I'm gonna rule of cool this. I'm gonna move across the floor, grab the axe, and then swing it at her.
Nice.
So that is a 25.
Woo, boy. Yeah,
I
that
have
hits.
+7 to my attacks.
You are wild.
Let's go.
I'm hitting. And that's 6 slashing damage.
Okay. Nice.
I gotta remember I can do my divine whatever as a. I've got spells.
Yeah, you
it's
go
like I've
up,
got spells
you
that I'm not using.
slide in, grab the your hand axe, and then go up, and then you slash her right across the chest, and she is like bleeding, and it doesn't look good, but she's not down yet.
Okay.
Anything else?
That. Oh, I get 2 attacks.
Yes, you do.
I forget. I'll hit her again.
Nice.
Why not? Do you know if there's a multi-attack? I know in Pathfinder there's a multi-attack penalty, but I think that's a
Not in
that's a
this.
9, so it doesn't even hit. It doesn't hit.
Yeah,
anyway, I
you're
don't think.
good.
All right. No, we're good. A 9 doesn't hit. Yeah.
Oh, a 9. Oh yeah, no, 9
Yeah,
does
no, I
not
didn't
hit. Yep.
I didn't think so.
Yep.
That's right.
She just kind of lifts her arm out of the way, and you miss her. And then now it is the bow and arrow friend over in the back. Will now attempt to hit Balthrin again.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be a 16 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Oh. All right. Or just 3 damage. You have an arrow that's shot right into your right shoulder.
All right.
That is it for him. Balthrin, you are up.
Ooh, baby. All right. Let's roll the dice. Okay. That is a magic missile.
Ooh.
Oh, man. So I will magic missile. Let's see, how many missiles is that in this game?
I guess it depends on what
17,000.
level you put it up to.
Yeah, it's at first level, so 3? Is that right?
Yeah, because you can do it at level 6. You should be able to do either more, or you can upgrade it to a different spell slot to do more. I forget which way it goes.
Let's see. Let me look.
Mm-hmm.
Three darts. Okay. Yep. All right. So they're 1d4 plus 1. I get 3 of them. I'll put 2 onto our friend with the bow, and then 1 onto the one engaged with arrow.
All right. So we'll just do the 2 to the 1 first, and then we'll do 1 to the 1 other.
Okay. So here's the 2 to the 1.
All right. 6 damage.
I guess actually it should be 7 because it should be plus 2. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, it's only 6.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Then the other 1 to the 1.
Mm-hmm. 4.
Nice. All right. Yeah, they both they're really looking bad. They're not quite down yet, but they are, especially the one that's on arrow right now. She doesn't look good at all.
All right, and that's me.
All right. Okay, she is up. She is tired of magic because it's not working today. And so she is just going to try and dagger arrow. And so we're gonna roll this and see if it hits. Oh, it's gonna be a 16.
No.
All right. She slashes and misses. Next up, we're back to Dodger.
It's me. Man,
It's
that's
you.
so fun. That's so fun. Okay, well, I'm going to look at the person with the bow and arrow way in the back.
Oh yeah.
and I would like to say, oh, it looks like you have something hanging out of your nose there. You might want to get that checked out. It's kind of gross, and everyone's been talking about it when you haven't been looking. Viciously mocking him.
Whoa.
Vicious.
Viciously mocking him. They need to make a charisma saving throw.
That is some
And that is
viscous
going to be charisma.
mockery.
11.
That is a fail.
Woo!
They will take however many damage that is.
6 psychic damage.
Six psychic damage, and they get disadvantage on their next attack.
Ooh.
And then, as my bonus action, I will have one of my gophers run over a little bit of inspiration to our friend Arrow in the form of a slice of awesome pie.
Hell yeah.
And awesome. It's a slice of awesome pie. If you eat it, you're awesome. More awesome than you were before. Awesome
Nice.
pie from the makers of Good Fruit and Good Berry, which is a real spell that I can't take because I'm not a druid.
Amazing.
So you're doing a
Love it.
bonus heal of
Oh no,
unintended
bonus.
giving
A bardic
Yeah,
inspo.
bonus bardic inspiration. Yep.
inspiration. Got it. Okay.
And then that's. I don't even need. You know what? I will move, especially because we have such a cool map, over to this table and take a seat.
Nice. Nice.
Like this isn't my fight. I just got
No,
here.
yeah, I just showed up.
Oh, these are what you guys are for. That's what the company pays you to do. I'm guessing.
You're the star. Yes, you're the star, and we're the lackeys, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are my team, my squad, my entourage.
Meanwhile, I think I'm the main character because I get to do all the badass like fighting and shit. I'm just completely confused as to what kind of show this is.
That's at the season finale. You find out that this is actually a cooking show, and you're like, what?
Yeah, like wait, what happened to all the seasons we in?
You know what? The kitchens make more sense now. I was very confused for a very long time.
Arrow, you are up.
I am up. Okay, so you said she's not looking too good.
Nope.
I'm gonna just take one final whack at her with my halberd, if you'll allow it.
You got it.
I know I'm 23.
Oh, jeez, your hits. Yes,
Yeah,
Whack 'em.
that's 13 slashing damage. 1d10 plus 4.
Nice. Yeah. How do you want to kill her?
I don't, but I will. I want to swing it around and chop her head off too, because like I chopped the snake's head off, right? But I was like kind
Yeah.
of no big deal because it was a snake. So I'm gonna do the same thing to her, but afterwards I'm gonna be like, oh no, I didn't like that. That did not. I don't like it. Did not feel the same as killing an animal, more animal thing. She was two people like. I don't like it.
There's two people like I don't like it. You had eyes.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, it's like a body shape like a person, and now it's dead. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna then move, to this guy here for my second attack, and
Mhm.
I can attack on a diagonal, right? I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I've never played this game before. The same thing. I'm gonna use the halberd. I may use my bardic inspiration.
Ooh. Okay.
On this. So that's a 15. I'm going to use it. I don't know what his AC is, so I'm going to roll my d8 of Bardic Inspo and add it to the attack. 15, 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. You know what I mean? I wanted to
Awesome
make sure.
pie.
The awesome pie. Oh yeah, eat the awesome pie. Is 7 slashing damage.
Nice. All right, that one hasn't been hit as much, but is now looking pretty darn bad.
All right. All right.
Oh, it is up. It cannot move away because it knows it will get hit. It will drop its longbow, and it will pull out a scimitar, and it will attack you, Arrow.
It
It
better.
will attempt to attack you twice.
Okay.
Because
With
it also has
disadvantage.
What's
Like
that?
with
Oh,
disadvantage
that's
because of
right.
the
Disadvantage.
Because they are currently looking at their nose to make sure they don't have any
they
gross
got
stuff on.
boogies. Everyone's talking about it, and I got him
They were
cornered.
cyberbullied by an interdimensional TV star.
And I just killed 2 of
Exactly.
his friends, and I have him
You
cornered.
know, what a
Mhm.
day!
He better be
Not
shitting
looking
himself.
good.
What a work!
Uh,
What a work day!
That's gonna be a 5 to hit, which I know misses. And then it will roll one more time, but also still with advantage or disadvantage. It's gonna be a 10 to hit, which I also know will miss.
Yeah.
All right, A is done. It is on Volthrin.
Oh man! All right, back to the casting table we go.
Casting
got?
pouch. Casting table.
I
Uh-oh.
cast Mage Hand,
It's not the thing.
and I send the Mage Hand up towards him, and I slap him with the Mage Hand. Just like a quick one of these, and then if I roll well enough, I want to come back with it and do the other side. So it's like a double slap. It's like the
Sure, yes, you can do both of those things.
all
It will
right.
do no damage, but yes, you can do that. So yes, there is a floating. What does your actual mage hand look like? It doesn't have to look like a hand at all.
Well, it's greenish colored, green and purplish magic colored,
Okay.
and it actually looks like my lovely assistant Hocus, who is a magic chicken who teleports
Oh,
around.
Right.
Basically has
Oh yeah, Hocus.
Hocus.
it's basically Nightcrawler-ish teleporting abilities. Just slaps it for me.
Nice. So your mage hand looks like a little
You're wondering.
small chicken that jumps up and slaps him on the one side, slaps him on the other side. Looks very angry, but does actual no damage at all. It just looks confused and it's like, what the hell just happened? And it furthers its disadvantage for that turn. And it is like, okay. Anything else you do?
Nope, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Those are
It is now on Dodger.
All right, he's gonna look back at that guy who said, "You still didn't get it. It's still right there, except for now it's even worse, and it's in the shape. Ooh, it looks like it's spelling out something bad about your performance in the bedroom. I wouldn't want that hanging from my nose." Another vicious mockery.
That's gonna be 9.
Ah, fail again. Take psychic damage. 5.
Nice. When you say what you say, and you're starting to point at its nose, and for some reason the psychic damage takes over, and he freaks out, and he's like, "What is this on my nose?" In his head, he's not saying it out loud. He doesn't speak your language. And so he takes his scimitar and tries to slice at it, and shanks his head right in the middle, and then he falls over and dies.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh no. Oh,
He was trying to clean his nose
Good,
with a
he, like,
scimitar.
he just,
Don't-
like-
don't record that. Don't record that.
He just reached
Oh,
up to wipe
no.
it with his hand, maybe, and just like
Yeah.
went too far and just
Oh, why does this keep happening?
poor guy. You talked him to death.
Everywhere we go. Oh,
You bullied
that's-
him. You
that's-
bullied that guy till he
that's
died.
so unfortunate. Oh, I'm gonna get cancelled. Oh. All right. Well, anyway, hopefully he wasn't important.
All right.
Like,
Are we?
All of the
sorry,
creatures
go
are dead. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna run up to where she's tied up because we don't know her name yet, and I'm gonna get down on one knee and I'm gonna say, "I'm Arrow Crowboy and I'm here to rescue you."
Nice. She looks up to you and she's still gagged and bound. And she's just kind of like moving her head and like just trying to like looks frustrated.
I'm just like, what? What? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna untie her. I'll ungag her. I'll ungag her first. I'm not gonna untie her hands yet. I will ungag her so she can talk first, because I want to see
So-
what she's about.
As you do that, you would have to touch the barrier, which then does
Oh,
damage
yeah.
to you.
Oh no!
And you will be taking 5 fire damage.
Ouch.
as you attempt to like put your hand out to grab
Okay.
her.
Oh yeah, because it's fire magic from the fire plane.
Oh no!
All right, I took 5 fire damage. Do I still get in there and do it though, or is it just
No, nope. It just
I
kind of like you
burn
try
and
to
then I
push
gotta
in.
like, got it, pull my hand
Mhm.
away.
Yes, and so do you all tell Dodger kind of what you've learned about the fire and the magic energies? Because
Mm,
Dodger was not there as you all figured that
Yes.
out
yes,
together.
yes.
Yes.
The magic is, I kind of explain it. It's radiating from the fire plane.
Yeah.
Um,
Of course. Yes. Yeah.
it's much like how we get our PAs from the PA dimension. It's like the same thing.
Oh yeah.
They're
Mhm.
The
fire
dimension
magic.
of PAs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, and then so it's seeping in here, and we are going to do
Well,
exactly.
We're going to save her from the fire magic, or she's radiating the fire
The
magic
source?
to protect herself. Something along those lines.
Yeah, we
We
found the
gotta
source.
talk to her, knock on the
Maybe.
window.
I got it. Is there still a fire barrier? Because the Dodger will come up with some water and just like pour it on it and see what that does.
Yeah, you pour the fire. Well, you pour the water onto the fire barrier, and it just turns to steam immediately.
Some kind of magic force field. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's well, that's I've done all I can do.
Uh, Arrow,
Well-
Arrow, do a perception check for me.
Perception, you got it. That is. These are in alphabetical order.
You can also do insight as well, either one.
gonna take
My
my
insight's a
water skin
little
out of
better
my
than my
hand.
perception, so I would prefer
Okay.
to do my
You
insight.
just pour the water and then you just immediately go sit back down. You're like, well,
Yep. Well, done all I can do.
I got
nothing
a
else can be done.
24.
Whoa, 24.
I went crazy on that one.
Ooh.
Nice.
Had some good rolls today.
When you said something to her and then you attempted to put your hand onto the shield to what it seemed like maybe help her, you noticed that she like lowered her defenses a little bit, and the shield, the fire around her also kind of like dissipated slightly, as if she's trying to evaluate whether or not you all are the good guys or not.
Mm. So me
And so
saying
you
that I'm
actually think that
Just
this
looking
is
at us.
her-
I s-
you think that it is her fire.
I once again shout through the fire barrier. My name is Arrow. I'm here to rescue you.
Do a diplomacy with advantage.
Okay, wait, where's diplomacy? I don't have diplomacy. I have
Is it diplomacy? Wait, what
it's
am I-
something else. Diplomacy is the other one. It's would it be
Oh.
persuasion
Persuasion. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, like diplomacy.
with
Yes,
advantage?
persuasion with advantage.
Okay, 17.
Nice. You definitely see her soften up a lot, and you then begin to see the barrier dissipate completely.
Excellent.
But she is still bound and gagged.
All right. I'm going to ask her, can I take the gag off of you? Ask her.
She like shakes her head up and down
Okay.
in agreement.
Okay, I'll do it. So she's
And when you take it off, she looks up at you and says, "Oh my God, my hero! Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?" And she's like, just kind of like seems to be freaking out, and not very coherently trying to explain what's going on.
Oh, the snakes? They're dead.
No, not them. Where are my wives?
Arrow's ready to run out of here and find your wives. I'm so into this. We have not seen any wives.
Oh,
Maybe.
hey, you're out of your fire bubble. I'm glad I poured the water on it.
She looks up at you, Arrow, and says to you, "We were separated, and I haven't seen them in a long time, and we've been trapped, and we keep going in and out of the fire plane in here, and I don't know why, and I don't know what's going on. I just need you to find them."
Whoa. Arrow's gonna think for a second. He's gonna look back at Valthrin and Dodger and just kind of be like, "We're already on a mission. Is this like another mission in the
Ooh,
mission,
wait.
or is this still the mission?
This is the mission.
This is the Yes, we will find your wives. It is our
Are these
mission
your
and our
wives?
duty."
Dodger's gonna point at the bodies on the ground. Are these your wives?
No, those
By
are
chance?
she's no, she didn't. No.
No.
I'm just
no,
like,
no.
because I can tell she's like really concerned.
Yes.
Is there something on the table? He's gonna be like,
Is this? It's like a mug. Is this your wife?
Is
Am
this
I your wife?
Am I? She kind of goes and she says to you, "No, they're not here. I need you to find Ja and Lynn. They're somewhere around here. I know they have to be. I can feel them."
Lynn.
ah, all right.
Now, why does that name sound familiar? Spider-Man meme.
And when she like begins to calm down, you also start to see that those red lines that were kind of twisting and going everywhere are kind of coming back, and they're kind of going like centering on her is coming back to her. And so those red magical lines are actually coming back to her, and she's like the center of it.
I'm gonna ask her. Did you know you could do that?
I mean, yes, I'm a fire witch from the fire plane. Of course, I knew that I had the ability to do this. I don't know why it's so strong here, but I hopefully I didn't hurt anyone, but I was trying to protect myself.
You did actually hurt me, but that is also my fault because I'm dumb and I tried to touch it. I'll
wanted
admit
to make
that.
sure
I
was
will
safe,
admit that.
and all I had was this energy I could put around me. I mean, if it wasn't for Ja's dragon tattoo that she put on me, I wouldn't be able to maybe cast that spell so strongly. If it wasn't for her protective ward on me, perhaps I wouldn't even be able to do this at all. I need to find them.
Well, I think I
We're
might know
producing
where
a
to look.
TV show.
Well, can you sign this waiver really quick?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We should make sure they sign the waiver, then we can go find that.
But yes, no, I think I have an idea of where they might be.
Where are we exactly? Every time around this time we keep getting sucked into this area, but this is not. We're always where we are. We are clearly in a different plane. I've been kept hostage in a different plane completely. It's not even the fire realm. I think I was in the realm of poison, and I just don't know. Where am I now?
We are
Right
in the
now,
basement
Yeah.
of a sex establishment.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a brothel.
Where?
You missed it because you were in the kitchen.
It's
Valthrin
true.
got a bone rub from a half giant
true.
named what was her name? Helga.
Olga.
I didn't ask.
I
did not
That
ask.
would explain. That would explain all the sounds coming from the other room when I was cooking things. I thought people were just really excited about the flambe I was making. It would explain all the expletives.
Can we just leave, please? Can we just get out of here?
Yeah, actually, we can. I'm gonna. Can I like scoop her up like a damsel, like untie her and like again
Yes.
romance novel cover. Like I'm gonna take my hair down because he has a man bun too. You can't see it in the token, but he has like the hair's down and he's Fabioing her and he's holding her like
Nice.
wedding Carrie like over the threshold.
I love it. So as you all are heading out of this room, you, Arrow, are getting to about here. You continue to walk forward, but you are hitting resistance when her body hits this wall area, this area over here. It appears that potentially she, at the very least, can't leave. This
Well,
space.
well, ma'am, looks like you can't leave. We're gonna go find your sisters. We'll be back. You stay here. Enjoy.
No, not my sisters, my wives.
Wives, sorry, I have
Why?
sister wives. I've been watching a lot of the
Well,
other.
First of all,
I've been
first
watching
of
a
all,
lot of the other
every
channels.
Multiverse is wild and vast, and I'm not,
I'm not here to
sensibilities
judge.
being what they are. Yeah.
My sister wives.
Anyway, If
Oh my
you,
gosh.
we will leave this room and go find your wives, and then after that, maybe we could have a meal, and you could show us how to prepare your favorite dish.
Uh, sure, sure, whatever you want. I certainly I can make the best flambe you can think of.
Oh, wonderful! Well, hear that, everybody? That's a contract. So, if we can get that down, our legal team will speak to you about the filming and things like that. But we will go find your wife so we can get that flambe.
Perfect. So at this point, the three of you are going to leave the room and basically attempt to try and figure out where the rest of the wives might be.
Excellent. I do think I have an idea because we've got a couple other inns that are also experiencing interesting things. Arrow, for once in his life, is rubbing two brain cells together and figuring it out.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
At this, so yes, currently those red energy lines are gone. You feel like, as far as this establishment goes, that you've dealt with the major issue here, which seems to be her just protecting herself. Which could be that the other issues that people are having could be something similar, could be different. You're not quite sure yet, but you will have to go out and figure this out.
Excellent.
So with that, why don't we take a quick 5-minute break, Lynn, if you don't mind?
Sure.
So that way we can do a few things, and then I want to get us back on. So 5 to 10 minutes, whatever makes the most sense for you.
Perfect. Let's do a quick 5 because we're
Sounds good.
actually getting pretty close to
Mm-hmm.
6 o'clock. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break and then we will reconvene in momentarily.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Very momentarily.
Okay, BRB. We back.
We back.
Woo!
We are back.
We did it.
So you want me to? I'll explain the situation. So we have a hard cutoff time of 6 o'clock. Nerdy's got some very important things to do tonight because he's a really cool, very important
have a
guy. You should check
show.
him out. He's got a
Really
show tonight. If you have not heard his music, what are you
Yeah.
doing? It's incredible. He's incredibly talented,
amazing.
amazing.
Seriously,
Love
the
him.
new album is awesome.
It's
It
so
is
good.
so
It's
good.
so good.
I can't wait
Thank
for the
you
full
very much.
release. When is that coming? When's full
That's
release?
July 23rd, the full release of Chunkadelic, which is my brand new project, July 23rd this summer. So we got like 2 songs out right now, and there is a third dropping this Wednesday. So keep an eye out.
Woo! Yeah, and just want to remind everyone also that this RPG takes place in the town of Bittersburg, which is based off of the board game Innkeeper, which you can pick up at the website diecastergames.biz, and Witch20 WITCH20 is your promo code for 20% off the game for today only. Or I don't know, today, this weekend only, or what are we? Whatever you guys figure.
It's good through I think tomorrow, and then we'll probably do another special maybe for a super secret upcoming event that we're gonna announce right now.
Oh yeah, super secret upcoming event is that part 2 of this because we're having too much
Indeed.
fun and could not complete the story in the time limit that we had. So we will be doing
should've
a
known
part
better.
2 of. I mean, honestly, finishing a one shot in 4 hours is pretty ambitious.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, because we were
that's
like,
pretty
we were like, okay, if each, because we knew they were going to be kind of like 4 parts, and we're like, okay, if each part takes 1 hour, then, and then I remember looking up, and we were an hour and 40 minutes into stream, and I was like, we're still in the first like room, like we're just having fun. So we will be planning a part 2 of this campaign. So it's a 2-shot now. We lied to you.
It's a 2-shot.
And
Maybe
no
a
1 shot.
3-shot, but hopefully just a 2-shot.
It's a 2-shot, maybe a 3-shot. We will just
Probably
we'll
be
keep
enough.
taking
knows?
shots, and
There will be some shots.
We
It's
take
a
We're
shot.
gonna just be doing, don't worry about it.
it's a whole campaign
Shot,
now,
shot,
actually.
shot.
shots.
It's a whole campaign now, actually.
We're getting tipsy. We're getting tipsy in
we-
Petersburg.
We roped Leander into actually doing an entire campaign for us. This was a trick.
Yeah.
We're taking our time on purpose. Yeah, so surprise, we will be back with part 2. We do not have a date for that yet, so I'm sure the 4 of us will be getting together and talking about our availability for that. So we keep your eye out for future promo stuff for a part 2 of Bittersburg, The Witching Hour.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing else from me. So you did it perfectly, Lynn. Anything else, Kyle, you want to end us out on?
Just thank you everybody for watching. We had a ball, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. And our characters were really silly, so I hope you guys enjoyed it. And then we're gonna, like I said, we're trying to figure out when we can do this again and bring you another one. And Lynn did a really good job of
Thank you.
already saying it, but I mean, right, Innkeeper. That's
Innkeeper.
This is
Why we're
our
all
game.
here.
This is
Thank
the
you,
world that this is
Squirrel.
taking place in. You can get it right now. It's here.
And this isn't
It's really fun
very
to
clear.
actually
This isn't
play all
the
that.
RPG that we were playing. This is the board game that it's based off of. I'm gonna show some
Yes.
components too. So you know,
It's really
yeah,
cool.
it's really
We
cool.
actually
It's a lot
played
of
this
fun.
Game backstage at nerdy shows.
Oh, amazing!
I'll bring it with me, and we'll play it. So like that's one of the reasons why I had it. It was
There's
already
the
a part of my show stuff.
Siren
It's easy
Song
for me to have it for
Reloader.
this.
It's
There's the
amazing.
Goldenstein. Yeah, it's a
Oh
great.
yeah, that's
it's a
right.
great
Those are the
technical-
actual innkeepers.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
do.
I was showing them off earlier.
I do have the one.
Oh yeah, you have the
Yeah.
upcoming witch. Yeah, the upcoming witches.
Can I show it? Can I show it?
Sure, preview for the amazing streamers who came and showed up today.
For
yes,
everyone who
you get
came
to
and
show-
watched and stayed till the end, I get to show you this. It is spoilers. It is the Hex House.
Big time spoilers.
Hex House?
with Ja, Zuri, and Lynn. And Zuri is the one we didn't find out her name, but Zuri is the one that we just rescued. And
We
so
just
that is
saved
an
one.
upcoming. This is an upcoming. I get this. This is no one else's. This is mine. I have this. No one
Hey,
else
you're
has
the
it.
only one
I'm
who
the only
has
one who
that.
You're the
has
only one who
this.
has it, Lynn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, lack thereof. Thank you for being here.
That's
Thank you so
coming
much
in
for
the
the follow.
expansion.
It's coming in the
Yeah.
expansion.
Yes.
Obviously my name is Lynn, and so is hers. So like, I wonder why
Mhm.
that
That's how you
is.
know it's the good one.
I wonder why that is. So yeah, it's an awesome game. It's a lot of fun. Expansion's coming out. There's your fun little like there. I made you make an announcement. Sorry. Um,
Oh,
but I
that's
also
perfect. We appreciate it.
yeah, I also wanted to really personally thank you guys, Leander, Kyle, and Nerdy for being here, taking the time to be here on my stream. Bringing over a bunch of your friends. I did see a ton of new names in chat today, and I got a ton of new followers thanks to you guys. And
Yay.
your support of me always, I really appreciate. And yeah, anyone who's here, anyone who, I appreciate all the streaking. Skolos, thank you for streaking. Zaxx, thank you so much for the raid earlier. That was actually a very helpful raid because I realized I didn't have any of my notifications set up. Kiwi, thank you so much for the sub. Icy Dead Llamas, thank you so much for the follow and the prime sub. I appreciate. Undead Toaster, thank you so much for the follow. Llamas, thank you for the bits. And Shrill, thank you so much for the bits. That was insane. And Lack Thereof, thank you so much for the follow. I had a great time. I'm looking forward to doing it again. And that's all I got for you guys. If you are new here, this isn't my normal content. I'll do the same thing I kind of did at the beginning of this stream. This isn't my normal content. I play video games. I chat a lot. I have a big focus on mental health in my community. And I typically just play video games and yap. So that's me. This is my channel. And if you're into yapping and video games, that's what I usually do. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And that's it. That's it for me. You guys got anything else?
No, that's it. You're amazing, Lynn. So yes,
You
everyone
did it.
follow. She's
Yes,
amazing.
thank you so much for
Follow.
hosting her.
Oh.
This is the place to be.
Yeah, I stream Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So same time slot, just weekdays. I don't normally stream on weekends. So if you want to catch me again.
Gus. Yeah, Gus can never be biased.
Yeah, right.
Gus.
Thank you. I'll see you in a second.
Alright.
That's my husband. He's in the
Love
other
you
room.
all.
Love you guys. I might switch over to the
Bye.
chat, my actual chatting screen while you guys go, and I will do a little raid out. So I will see you guys. Bye.
See you soon.
Bye. All right, we're gonna go over here to my normal this stream apparently is brought to you by Red Die 40. Excuse me. Tune in for part 2 of this one part thing, sometime to be determined. Yes. So this was clearly an accident. We were planning on a one shot. We had 4 major plot points that we wanted to get to. The original plan was, okay, if we do each plot point in an hour, we'll be done. I was originally planning on 5 hours to kind of have a buffer before and after, but like I said, Nerdy has a performance tonight. Like, he took time out of his day to do this silly, not that it was a silly, like, thing, but, like, we were being goofy, you know what I mean? But he took time out of his day and his schedule to spend it with us, to play D&D, and I think that's awesome. You guys, again, if you don't, I might share his Spotify link. Actually, I posted it in the Discord in the announcements. I posted Nerdy's YouTube and his Spotify link. His music is awesome. He is such an awesome guy. I feel the same way about Kyle and Leander. I met them a while back when they were kickstarting their game Innkeeper, and this is their 3rd time, I think, on my stream, and I will keep having them back. As long as they want to come back, I will keep having them back. Sage says, this is wonderful. Any amount of time. Y'all are having a grand adventure. Thank you so much. B said, Lynn, I absolutely love this. You did amazing. Thank you so much. Obviously, like, you guys saw the overlays and stuff. A lot of work behind the scenes got put into this, and a lot of planning and a lot of, calls and character creation and all of this. But I would like to rate out. I was thinking of either rating a community member or a D&D creator. And I wasn't sure what to do, and I also wasn't sure if I was gonna rate out because I would like to save this VOD and put it on YouTube. Thank you, Kyle, for being here. That's Kyle, by the way. Thank you for everything. Thank you for making this awesome game. If you did not make the game, then we would not be here being able to do an RPG based on the game. So, thank you for being here. You know what? I think we are going to go raid Kiele. You guys may know them as Stressed Lemon Zest. Excellent energy. Very, very, if you like me and my stream and you do not know Kiele, very similar energy to mine. So stick around for the raid, and we will go see them. And they're playing I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. No idea what that is, but they're awesome. They're great, and I would love to share all of you guys over to her. Yes, thank you, Leander. I appreciate you. And everyone who's here in any capacity, whether you're just lurking, chatting, whatever. There's an ad in 1 minute. Dismiss. Oh, no, wait. Snoozed? I snoozed it. Okay. Anyone here in any capacity, ever. If you're just lurking, if you are even if you're like not even, what is it called? Radio lurking or deep lurking, where you just have me up in the background, you're not even listening. Like, everything helps me, right? Any quantity, like your time is so valuable. And the fact that you're choosing to spend it here means a lot to me. It means the world to me. I would not be doing this without you guys. And now I'm getting sad and sentimental. Not sad, but like emotional. I'm getting emotional because I love you guys and I love doing this. And I'm so glad that I get to. So let's go say hi to Kiele, and I will see you guys on Monday. We'll go back to Core Keeper. We'll go back to Pokemon Core Keeper because it's been a week and I have not been able to do that. So bye, friends. Love you. Drink water. Eat food if you haven't, if you can. Some calories are better than no calories. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. I just realized I didn't do a raid message. Oops. Raid message. Bye.